Whoa, congratulations, Dash. You refreshed on your own this time. GG's. Zeke, you can do lap time if you want to. I'm just being a goof. Why is Botrix sneezing? Bless you, Botrix. Bless your soul. Bless your soul. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams project. And thank you all oh so mucho for all of your support with Mr. Voyabean so far. Very grateful, girly. And happy Serena Day. There's something in my eye. Get up. Zeke, come here. I just want to lay on my easel instead. Yes, the easel is easy, Mom. You knocked over my painting. My painting tonight, son. You knocked it over. Goofy. Goofy. Recap some CS2. Or are they playing at home? Like not on stage? Blast Rivals, I think. No, Blast Bounty. Phase 1, Falcons lost. They played Raiden's team, which is pretty wild.
It could deliver something. A victory, though, who knows? They'll be heading.
I secretly wanted to stream Falcons and 100 Thieves this afternoon, but I got caught up doing a bajillion things and running around. Feel bad, the dogs didn't eat until like noon, so they're gonna eat late again tonight. To stop by my dad's to help him haul some branches after my work meeting. Which I'm glad he asked for help. He should. It's the smart thing to do.
Towards the B on sides. 9-2, going to try and break some space for himself. And his teammates will rotate in, but that position will be taken. You see Youngster quite close. Dropping that smoke. Leaves a path into the bomb sites.
What was the scoring?
Opportunities to look through the door. Frozen.
0-2 and 2-0, so we all went through.
Early as FaZe tried to retake the spawn sites.
Oh no. It was 2 rounds for, or 2 maps for FaZe, 3 maps for Thieves and Falcons.
Opening things up here, creating a path for the team, another entry from Frozen, and suddenly Dex, Bossman standing in a lot of trouble here in the apartments, and can be absolutely shut down. That was extremely impressive. You got to hand it to Frozen. Those 2 entries were ridiculous. As the DOS continues, patient play.
But I had it zoomed.
Gets closer and. I
No
don't know
zoom.
if he's going to be ready for this one.
No zoom for you.
Absolutely nails the position.
That is my
Takes out Crips. Feels like
reference.
maybe the best chance is gone. Trying to see if there's any other players around, but Chubby.
Oh, he left it by the fridge like Jeffrey Dahmer. To get that bomb plant as well. This has really developed
What a comment.
just in time. That is way more than you can expect.
Oh my god.
Everything else is a big bonus.
Hang on.
There's a French like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Another kill coming in there on the side as well. I mean,
It's gonna stick with me all day, all night, for quite a while. Quite a while.
I think when you've got a standard,
Oh my god.
as well, things like that.
Where'd my pencil go? I forgot to add like shadowing
From the CTs here as well.
behind.
All of ordinance, but Dex get the better of Twist.
Yeah, that's a
Oh no.
defense there on top. It's expecting.
Maybe all my pencils are in the kitchen? There's my crochet hook.
Gets space onto this B side. Taking care of the defender, Bowen gets taken out instantaneously. And now the util further shutting out the remainder of FaZe. It
Look at this in
might
the
just be
kitchen.
running for the hills almost immediately.
Maybe when we were drawing this out,
Seem to be looking to contest this one, and
I was
don't blame
using
them.
the
Things are
pencil
locked
from
down,
my planner.
And I mean, this was
I don't
an
know.
explosive start. I mean, a lot of it was riding on that early aggression.
Go grab
and
pencil.
that just kind of failed. So cool to see Crims back in action. Didn't think that would be the case. You know, I thought the Crims was going to be on the way to retirement. So really cool to see William into the roster and Crims showing that he still knows a trick or two, taking down Frozen. Mentioned there with the response from Catwalk. And that does even things slightly, but you've got to give the edge to Eyeball. There's 4 versus 3, a minute to go, and that is a massive equalizer from Neptune there.
Yeah, that's a really important duel. You can see the urgency coming through from Shaw to find a way back into the round. Well, it's way too far. 43 seconds.
It's like
on
the
clock
Nike
now.
symbol
JW scopes in. Just
behind
as the
him.
flames die.
Kind
I
of.
don't believe anyone's close enough to hear that. He doesn't know that for sure. So how do they make this work then? If they are to make it work, might be a case of
Right
hiding
at the
in
bottom
plain
of his
sight here,
pants.
unless Dex can make a play towards A in rotation. He gets a kill here, making a step, but he's just looking the wrong way. I'm not sure there'll be anything else to find in this one, but JW is very unpredictable. Quick scope territory now with 10 seconds on the clock. Do you commit to this? JW, you do. Gamble is being made. They choose here to deny the bomb plants. There'll be an AWP for a certain.
My lettering is
as
much
well.
bigger than my
I haven't shown
reference.
much of
How do I
anything.
want to place this?
How do
I guess in
Jacob
relevance to the
Swanson
sword.
utility against Swiss does move towards that easy position to have someone on crossfire, and they still do. But Jacob stayed quite on Tetris, though he has to get into action and drop Dex as Rolf is eliminated by Twist. 4 on 3 now as Youngster tries to make it happen. Fragging well for Eyeballers so far, but there's much more to do on this bomb site.
Yeah, just a scenario, 20 seconds to go, and the CT coverage from FaZe right now is a problem. 2 players fighting, getting the bomb down, very, very challenging, but it will be planted by Triple. So we'll see how much more action can happen here. 2 kills quickly there, over the top of the box. Chiploin now, the last man standing.
I can
AWP
accept that.
coming into play.
Welcome,
Has to
Queen
go
Honey.
aggressive.
Hope you're having a good night so far.
HE and JW
Happy
in that deep
Wednesday.
position.
Goodness,
A lot takes
voice.
away for the FaZe side.
I've showed up, but my
Interesting
voice
how,
didn't.
how much of a cerebral round that is, especially like if you're 5 teams in it trying to figure out where your opportunity might be. JW finding one early versus the Pistols in round 6.
Brushes, do I?
I was thinking back to that
See,
play.
did you
the
take
one
my paint
versus 3
down
into the
too?
B-ball side with your
My cat is determined to not have me paint tonight.
on that CC side, but he wasn't afraid to make the play, and that's JW all day. 5-7.
Least it's just right
Very deadly.
You knocked down a
yesterday.
whole bunch of
James
stuff
White, 2 on
behind
the
there
round,
too. Jeez.
This one suddenly becomes
Seekers.
more difficult for Eyeballers.
You're wild, Bubba.
That's a problem. That's a really big problem here for Eyeballers. You've lost key players.
Actually, we might be moving on to gray or green or
to get through these initial choke points, and now they don't have
grayish.
much of those numbers.
Pants like aren't khaki and they're not gray. They're gray.
T-spawn that for FaZe does put a clock on Eyeballers play because they're going to get flanked very, very shortly here. And I don't know that there's much they can do about that. Surely no one even expected this coming. They've got to speed things up here, but actually looking for it potentially. But the difficulty from Neptune is causing an awkward fight here.
It's the great big box of all the paint. Yeah, that's today. Welcome, Smoops. Hope you're having a good night so far.
There we go.
Happy Serena Day.
Yeah, that was mega.
You ever played The Binding of Isaac?
Tease from JW
Sounds
Express on
kinky.
taking
I've
the
never
next
even
one.
heard of
That's
it.
just an ace play.
What is it, a boot?
There are 3 players heavily defending this second one. Now things escalate in favour of FaZe. Main. Still have JW lurking. Short position, able to drop twisters. They will have problems as well.
Now you on lap time? Oh my god, Zeke is all that in a bag of potato chips tonight.
Nasty flip from JW.
You need to hold on. I'm getting paint. Stinky boy. I forgot we were gonna paint these at some point.
Doesn't look like he does.
I just get things for stream and then find them as
unnecessary.
I need to.
Ridiculous shot from JW there. Oh my. Okay, so Eyeballers bringing it
White
straight
and
back here.
gray.
Chipone really does have to hold on to this off. Doesn't look like it's in any danger.
It's a 2D top-down roguelike game where you shoot your tears at enemies and fight bosses. Sounds like my life. Being 2D is probably why it's never come across me though. I'm not really a big fan of 2D games.
I think very early we saw them try to.
They kind of hurt my head.
Mid, but other than that, they've been very
Would
passive.
this plus
around that
gray
position,
make his
so
pants?
I could
No, that's too
definitely see
brown.
a switch up coming in one of these future rounds from FaZe. Just in the
Maybe, I don't know, maybe if I mix white into it.
Eyeball is finding it.
Or you can just really lighten that.
FaZe have to feel like some of these rounds are slipping away from them. Like they'll get
Dark
some
green,
lines in
maybe?
the fifth round, but then Eyeballs will cut noise and heading into that late round stage, they'll find ways to get onto our bomb sites.
Both actually,
Save some money for the squads.
because around his sleeve is a little bit darker.
Frags for JW5 for Jabot so far.
Conceptually, it sounds like it would be a lot of fun. Are you currently enjoying it?
Close the distance.
Oh, you know what?
There will be trades.
Change my tune.
Very early indeed. A minute
This
30.
green and this
Eyeballs
green.
To stretch FaZe a little thin.
Yes.
And Eyeball is extremely sharp. I mean, the info's lit though, so the info is there for FaZe.
Oh, I have silver paint? Oh no, that's gray. It just looks shiny on the outside. I got excited.
Start getting shut down, and now plenty of warning. Everybody's ready. Jabot, then from Capital
Maybe
as well.
this plus
This one gets some good damage.
gray will make his. I don't know. I don't know how to do the color of his
It's
pants.
crazy that he picks
They're
it.
grayish.
Just doesn't work out.
Grayish is an awkward color.
That's wild. Chris needs to keep
Okay,
this-
Zeke,
keep
you can
this
do lap in a
back.
second if you want to.
Back.
Every time Zeke can't have lap, he wants lap.
Pressure up.
And then as soon as I offer him lap again, once I have the space available for it,
This is proving very painful indeed. I think it's
he doesn't want lap anymore.
And there is rotation coming through from the twist.
Having a good time. Only takes 5 to 10 minutes per run, so you can play it real quick and put it down. Oh, that's awesome.
That's already more. Twist will finally stop the bleeding, but that became high pressure.
I like little things like that. Like go and clean the kitchen and then come back and reward yourself, and then go clean the living room and come back and reward yourself, and so forth and so forth and so forth.
Which stops the CTs being able to easily creep through those smokes and look for opportunity. Trying to make inroads onto this A-bomb site, and Jacob is
Don't want my
denied.
phone by the
JW Youngster
just in
remain one part looking unlikely for the time being.
I'm glad you're
JW
enjoying
were able
it.
to multi-frag bombs on the floor now. Youngster left in a pickle.
Games are meant to be
Versus two,
fun.
though. Two far frags. That smoke will allow him to isolate that fight if he can make it safely through that smoke. Indeed, he does.
Set you over there for a sec.
He hasn't made any sound cues. You can see the CT.
What am I doing first? The sword?
Oh. It hasn't been heard yet.
The handle of it is like
29
this color.
seconds. One shot's going to be very difficult
So we
to
can
see.
start mixing a little bit of that.
Having to look for Jabot finds him in all the wrong ways.
And in typical Eyeballers fashion, looks like we're going to have some of that mid focus coming in again.
Ooh. Next hit fell right before he can see anyone. Maybe he can make up for it. No.
Just a dot, not a lot. My art teacher in grade school used to say that whenever we're using glue. Just a dot, not a lot.
As they start to work this mid position, they can of course turn it into they currently do have young styles in that the apartment position. You're looking to play off of what young styles able to find here.
It's so obnoxious. It's like Final Fantasy-esque. It's large and in charge.
Is Frozen expected to be so close behind?
Large and in
The
charge.
first one, Youngstar doing God's work for his squad. 10 frags now for him.
Oh, that's way
really
too
good so
dark.
far in this one. And again, Eyeballers lose that first player.
It needs to be
Once
dark,
again,
but not that
turn
dark.
that around for the time being at least. So many players covering the flanks. They've got sound cues. They know where these CTs are. Now these twists is the last man to fall. So it's a tight score at half time. Always tight between these squads. And it continues that way.
That I'm okay with.
But maybe we'll see the problems on the CT side, if there are to be any.
Phew.
The focus on A4 phase.
There's a doggo in CS2 now.
Well, it'll be okay in the end. Unless
exciting.
it won't be. Dex drops twist as he makes
Made me
his way out
nervous
to the
when I
back,
first
but the
saw
bomb
it.
spotted as well. Awkward position to
Now I'm
miss
glad
it.
it's there.
Makes it onto the bomb site, at least there are
Will we
smokes
see the
in.
doggo
Opportunity
tonight? I
now
wonder.
to plant
I
this
remember
bomb
what
and
map
force
it's
the
on.
CTs back in CT.
We were watching a video of someone trying to make a real breaker blade weighed like 30 or 40 pounds or something. I believe it.
Taking down Frozen, and everybody's dead. They're all just dead. Very well played.
Like the prop itself,
Start redelivery for
just
the
as a
team.
base, probably isn't very heavy, but everything you need to like make it supported. so it doesn't go wow wow wow.
Been on shorts, punished by
It's
nature.
probably quite thick.
Crimson got what to do here, the smoke dissipates. Can he find a second one? No, the trade is there. So it wasn't on the T side now. It suddenly becomes a 3-on-3. But as I say that, JW is suddenly alone with angles on short.
There's like lighting shadows to it.
You can have a look from
It's
here.
a bit over my pay grade. We'll see how that
Unless
goes.
He gets a frag. No, JW, he does have a kit, but
Doesn't have a strong line there though. I can paint over the black that I have
not one of these
separating it.
teams. So how much does he invest into
Out
this? 4K
nine,
back, Dexter's
so to
short though,
speak.
so they could really do with JW surviving. So a drop can be made. Anyway, both teams on by once again. Eyeballers able to spread the wealth.
What a team name, the Eyeballers.
For a cheeky play.
I
They're
was
having a look
watching.
by the nectar to be denied by Jacob.
Might as well have called themselves Big Brother.
Youngster trying to make things easy.
Some of the team names are so darn funny.
Position by the connected players.
Like they have to be like an
In a
inside
previous
joke or
round.
something. There's no way that's
And
serious.
again, I'm keeping a focus on that to see if there will be some issues here with the stand-in. Great double peak though from Eyeballers to clear some of the ramp. I don't know if anyone
I
else
need a
is there.
flesh tone too, but I might not get
No,
that
the
far
rest
tonight.
are
We'll see.
in the clear for the time being. Making progress, taking
So this
information
recap
away
is
from
like
Eyeballers.
a little less than an
Yeah,
hour.
much more active side so far from my ballers.
A little over.
Now, Crims surely
And then I
suspects
think
that
the
there's-
Falcons
there
one
a
is like an
player
hour,
that has been
55
visited
minutes, I
into the
think.
smoke into the window. We'll see if he's going to be able to find Netchi or if Netchi is going to be a trap. Just let's survive here. But Crims actually looking for the clearance. Really diligent stuff there from him. That's the experience showing. And
I'm
now
mispainting.
Connector
This
forced
makes me
to
so
be
happy.
the option, I think, for FaZe, as they will make their way through, and they are gaining a lot of space onto the sides. Eyeballers, they're going to have to operate
Really
largely
been dragging
from
this one
CT.
out.
Yeah, JW hoping to
Bit
find
by bit
someone
by
from that
bit
short
by
position
bit.
with the head coming to the smoke, nothing doing though. And Jacob is clearing house. 17 for 9 now is Jacob. He's a shining star on this FaZe squad right now. Great pop flash, but Jacob almost delivers again. Down to a 2-on-2 bomb plant.
It bothers me in my head
On the
that say
side.
Jacob
Jabbo
instead of
is trying to
Jacob.
get lurking then. They've got some good angles.
But saying Jacob would sound so funny.
Coming through. Try and find out where these players are.
There's no
It's on both
pleasing
the
me.
players. Jacob spots one by triple. Moves towards jungle now. This twist pops up. Doesn't have the actual just yet, but Youngster's lost in the smoke. And JW's dropped in CT for a really important round for FaZe.
Now I want to build this sword and do. My hair is like the perfect color right now. Do a gender bender. What the fuck is his name?
Executes.
I want to say Michael Cera, but that's the actor.
Actually, 3 CTs here. One isolated with that smoke now. Rounding into a different
I am completely
corner, but
blanking.
they have to
Oh my
find
god.
more.
Scott Pilgrim. Jesus Christ, it says it right fucking there. Jacorn on the Jacob.
Maybe there's a to be had with Crims holding a Desert Eagle, but that's getting notes in this round really drive.
Maybe to prevent that joke is why they're saying and Jacob, his proper government name.
Performance at present.
I was blanking so hard. It's been a long day though, to be fair. I'm all out of brain cells. They've been occupied today. Occupy brain cell movement.
Nice move for Jabbo. We saw this from JW on the first half as well. They will be wise to this.
It does have a
I
bit
do
of a
wonder if they're
vibe.
going to try to target Youngster. Maybe things being a little more clunky on the CT side. Right,
Ooh, look at that steady hand go.
Onto the Orba JW. Lurking around, looking for more. Next falling on the A-bomb site and this round maybe put it down pretty quickly. This one can do more, but there are so many man on road for
I
FaZe.
think I took the dark portion a little bit too dark,
Youngster to do. It's getting really expensive.
but it's okay.
For Eyeballers, isn't gonna sit there
It's
back.
my own version of it.
Yeah, that first kill from Twist, that set the tone.
The Serena
for the
special.
rounds. Very explosive. Rolf is going to be isolated here, James. He's going to be stuck in shadow with no one.
I
to link
forgot
up
the
with
inside of
because
the
he's gonna
sword.
get smoked off.
Oop.
Okay, he goes for a play and he gets taken out.
So it's
That's not a
even
good
dark
start
right
there
there.
for
What the
Eyeball.
heck?
Yeah, that's a rough one. Only half the team here.
Welcome to Van Topher. It went okay today. I can't file for unemployment though, because I'm not a W-2 employee. That would never have been an option.
Smokes have gone bottom.
Like, why would I file for unemployment even if I could, if I had like 5 other jobs that I could go apply for and probably get any of them? But it went okay today. About as like much as I expected in terms of girl words versus macho man words. But I got my point across for the most part. He got his point across for the most part. You know what, like, I'm sure women do this too. I try not to, of course. And I really just get like too, I don't know, big feelings over things to play dumb anyway. Like, I don't have time to think about the concept of playing dumb. But in my experience, so many times men just play dumb. Like, you tell them something important. Not saying you guys, not all men, but it's a common theme that's reoccurred many times in my life where I'm bringing up an important and valid point, and all of a sudden, the 30, 40, 50-something-year-old man that I'm speaking to turns into an 8-year-old, like specifically my nephew when he was 8 years old, of, oh, I didn't know that. Oh. It's a shock and a surprise to understand the fucking obvious. I hate when men play dumb. I hate it. You guys can cheat. You can do stupid shit. You can go fuck around. You can drive your stupid trucks. You can ride your dumb bikes. You can do whatever the fuck you want in life. Just quit playing dumb, please. Nothing annoys me more. Oh my god.
To a degree.
Oh my god, it's so annoying. Yeah, like, fortunately / unfortunately, there's always a high turnaround in animal industries, mostly because people get into it for, like, the wrong reasons, or pretend that they're very mindful when they're not very mindful, or just plain realize, like, oh, it's hard work, I don't want to do this. So there's always a high turnaround. The people that are in those jobs usually hold those jobs for like years and years and years and years if they're good at it. So it would have been no problem, but more or less we were able to understand each other. But I showed him the picture of the Shih Tzu with the eye popping out, and I'm just like, it's like, oh, I didn't know that could happen. Like, bitch, we literally told you the dog's eye could pop out. Oh, I didn't know. It's just like such a whimsical, innocent face, and like, just shut the fuck up. You're so stupid. It's not nice to call people stupid though, but it's not nice to play dumb. I'm just imagining you in the Metofer. I don't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean, Serena? Slap you. And some don't have to play it, that's true. I don't know. And I'm sure girls do it too. I just get too irate to be dumb most of the time. I only play dumb when, like, I don't want to be involved in a situation with a stranger. Like, when I get approached at a convention and, like, you don't actually want to communicate with me, you're just trying to fuck me, that's when I play stupid. That's the only time I play stupid. Agree that most aren't playing dumb, so they're just focused on their own little worlds. I mean, I guess so, yeah. But it's definitely a common theme that I've experienced in my life, where, like, I can literally see a man while I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation with them, where, like, we're meeting each other on each other's level and actually trying to communicate. And they just go to the same mindset as my nephew when he was 8 years old. Oh. Flick you in the forehead. Yeah, picturing was a good idea, and I feel like that humbled him a little bit, and that's why he started playing dumb. It's like, look at what can happen! Look! Look at this! I do feel like a lot of people that are focused on their own little worlds, though, are kind of, like, inherently stupid. Like, highly not recommending, like, stressing out and having anxiety over everything happening in the world 24/7 like I do. But there has to be like a middle balance where you're not thinking about and knowing everything. Not that I know everything, but sometimes I feel like I know too much. Where you're not quite on that end of the spectrum, but you're not quite on the like, I'm gonna drive 25 and a 30 and just la da 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 at life, and there's no one around me kind of dumb mentality. But like, I feel like dumb people must be so happy too. Like, there's not just a single thought in your mind of like anything bad. I feel like they're so happy, but like so limited. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was dumb, but I'm glad I'm rather not dumb.
Thing.
Not that I'm the smartest person in the world, but
now, in the middle of
I think I'm much further from dumb than
JW's a non-believer. He knows
many
there's
dumb
some
people.
nonsense happening. And he's waiting his entire time, and as his teammates
I see what you mean now. I didn't know.
Eyeballers are not done with this game just yet.
He's 23 and 15. He's absolutely crushing it. On
What do I have to start over, the Counter-Strike or the painting? Just throw it in the garbage.
Overtime between eyeballers and FaZe.
Chuck it over to the side. No, you can't be completely oblivious to the world around you. Open your eyes. Look. Look around.
Very well.
Takes effort to be conscious of others and say they're more lazy than stupid. It's probably a combination of both. God, shit. What's the word that I always forget? When you're being stupid on purpose. I wrote it down. Because I always forget it. Not stupid. Weaponized incompetence. Now let me say that without a brush in my mouth. Weaponized incompetence. Precisely, Jinx. Men. Not all men, but men. Men in positions of authority.
These AKs causing so many problems on this T side, which I'm sure eyeballers can't wait to end now that we're in overtime.
It went okay though.
Hey, they're looking to go for a pretty.
He did think that I was coming in to quit though. He's like, I'm so glad you're not quitting. Well then value me more. Trust my professional input. God. They're gonna love us this week though. My coworker is gonna call a meeting on Sunday to discuss scheduling because they're overworking her to shit. Which I've said many times, like if you want a day off during the week, I have no problem having a day on during the week, like whether it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever, because I'm Friday through Sunday now, guaranteed, and just on call the rest of the days. But like if I had a steady Tuesday or a steady Wednesday or a steady Thursday, whatever, I'm fine with that. So I feel so bad. She's just like, I get upset about being told to jump when told how high, and she has to do it 6 days a week. I only have to do it 3 to 4 to 5 days a week. That's painful. Falling upward is the way Morris said. Oh, jeez. No, you guys gotta be better. Be better, don't be bitter.
Lethal pace
Be better.
from FaZe on this
Not
team, which
you
is-
guys, but men of the world. Tell your friends. Put it on a t-shirt. Put it on a bumper sticker.
Standing on the shoulder. Beautiful. Again, the nightmare for Dex just continues.
Like, I don't want to quit, but I want to be understood and have my knowledge
A cup of tea and a biscuit.
respected. That doesn't mean take every word that I say as the word of God. I'm allowed to be wrong, but
A sandwich still might be the difference maker here. I mean, it might all rest on what he's able to do from this position, but is he going to get an opportunity?
it went okay.
First kill. There's that AK you were talking
I
about.
stopped by my dad's after because he wanted help moving branches. So I did some manual labors today.
Seemed like it's going to amount to too much because
He's like, I'm cutting branches. Will you come over and give me a hand? And then this man like decapitated like 6 different trees and trimmed them down so much. I felt like a kid again, dragging branches to the side of the road. But I hated it a lot less when I was a kid. I used to bitch and moan and like just not throw a fit, but like want to throw a fit. I used to hate dragging branches. And oh, how the times change, how the turntables. I actually didn't mind it today. It's like this way, that way, that way, that way. It's not the word of God, it's the word of dog.
Fly phase for him to clutch that one.
I would take the validity of the word of dog over the word of God any day.
Hoping to dictate where these fights happen. Again, we've seen them give up mid before.
Dog is God.
Intense with that. But I thought it-
Oh, I loved how the boys were running around earlier. This is the first time they were out together this summer because I've been babying Diesel's leg, but like realistically, it's not going to get any better than like how it is. I posted in the Disky Boo. Where is my channel? Bloop, 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 bloop. And of course, Diesel ran into the bunny zone where I have a shit ton of catnip. I literally had to chase the bunnies into the bunny zone before I let the dogs out today. And I chased this one rabbit around the yard like 3 times. And I'm like getting in like 3 feet of him. And then he's like, oh, I'll just take 2 hops this way. 2 hops. Like, they're too comfortable living in my yard, which is good that they feel safe. And I love that for them. Like, damn. Scoot your boot. That's all, bunny. And the dogs chase you. It's not going to be funny. Ringo's mindful. He just wants to play, but Diesel will chase a rabbit. There's no telling Diesel no. The boys. The boys. After the video, Diesel started running over, or not running over, jumping over Ringo. As if he were like a horse hurdle or something. They were having so much fun. Yeah, they're out for a frolic in the garden. I have catnip everywhere in my yard. No zone. It's so fluffy right now. I took a longer video, but I could only post like 30 seconds to Discord. I love the initial frame though. It's like Lion King. Scar, brother. I think Diesel is just testing the height that he needs to jump over then. It's really funny to watch him run over Ringo though. He's so big. I'm filming like overhead though, so unless you're like right here in this moment, you really can't tell like the size difference between the 2 of them. Let me zoom that. Oh, no. Well then. I'd look in Discord, I guess. Escape. That's spelled just like escape. Blur, blur. Oh, is it still playing? Diesel! Diesel! No zone! Diesel! No zone! No go zone! No. Shut up, computer. There, my photo.
The A-bot side previously.
The bunny zone, indeed.
Something similar, but ultimately something different if they
Diesel got a big voice holler.
to creep now.
You can't just like baby voice Diesel because he won't listen. You have to like, Diesel! No go zone! You have to man voice him. His hair is like kind of this, but like also more peachy.
Choke points getting smoked off. Twist to anything then. His teammates up.
He is my show pony.
That's a really nice start for the youngster.
They're both my show ponies.
It's gotta be that. FaZe will take
I've got a pony and I've got a horse.
A strong back and forth, but they just ran away with it after regulation.
Yeah, statement over.
That's kind of his hair. I guess his hair is burnt sienna.
Let's use those 2 sides for a devastating mixture off. And it's going to be really interesting to see the form continues. See what that's going to
Very entertaining game of Mirage, though. Lessons to be learned by both sides.
Well, I've never opened this one before.
I would.
My voice keeps cracking out today. I don't know what the hell is happening. Too much time out in the real world.
Youngster having a look from short. He could be in some trouble. However, maybe it's Crips to the rescue. Just the one. Close to a second, but not quite. Youngster falling back there. An explosive start to this game of
They're my little show ponies.
Series. First game of the day. Plenty of CS to come.
And start tacking them up and making them look like fancy show stallions. Or geldings. Geldings. I can never remember how to say that. It's either hard G or soft G.
And it gets to work immediately.
I feel like it's gelding, because like the past tense of it is gelded. It's not gelded. So it must be gelding, right?
Mid doors as the bomb site is taken by FaZe.
Or
Okay,
gelded,
53,
gelding.
retake
Must be
from
geld. I can never
for
remember which.
eyeballers. See if they
It's
can
like
get
left
that
and
time.
right. It's one of those
Just
things
a
that my
really
brain
good
just won't
angle
latch
to the
onto.
match, so they're gonna have to speed up the action here and just look to try to barrel down these players. There's a good start there, taking down Jacob. Chris close on the side.
Like gold, but with an E. Yeah.
Composition. What a nice connection from Chaboen. And a second
Gelding.
foul on the PT50
It's a
as
gel.
well.
They're
Really
gelflings,
good
actually.
shooting there
That's
from
what
the
they are.
Players on phase.
And it's rounds-
They're
rounds
big
like
giant
this, I think, what
gelflings.
does too, where I just
Is
go
that
back
his
to
hair
a
color?
force my chances.
It's a little bit
I'd love
dark,
to have
but
seen
that's okay.
all money in the hole for JW, but we'll see how it checks out.
No more
Getting
white.
good early damage to Chaboen. Pretty top flash play.
Just a dot of paint come in default.
Oh, can you believe it? Youngster, good for another two on catwalk, and suddenly.
Now that I realize we have like the same hair color right now, I do want to do a gender bender Scott Pilgrim. But then I'll just be logging on in like khakis and a green shirt.
But of course, they'll just win the round.
How do we do that
But again,
nicer?
I mean, let that be a lesson to you. If you see especially on a map like that.
How do we lube this? A yellow shirt? Here, I'll just log in snow pants and a parka and a bikini. But that won't really be like a very clear gender bender cosplay because you guys will just think I'm chilly, like I always am. We really only see him in like 2 outfits, really? I thought from like the comics there would be more. Boy has a very consolidated closet. There's one more outfit. Why is a Harley coming up with that? Oh, my coworker told me that they released new skins in Fortnuts, and there's Harley and Ivy and Catwoman now. I wanted to see what they look like. Harlot. Oovie. Oh, they're cute. I like how they did Harls. I always like how they do Harls, though. Ivy's is cute. Catwoman just looks like a goth diva, honestly. But they did a pretty good job with the others. I like. I want to do that version of Mushmouth. That version of Ivy. I'd have to use booby tape, though. Harley, they did super cute. I have those sunglasses. I think they're in the kitchen, though. I am impressed. She doesn't play Fortnite, but she watches a couple of streamers who do. You're playing as Ivy right now. Nice! I'm jelly. I like that version of Ivy. It's very like summer loving, having a blast. It pleases my soul.
An abrupt end to
Summer
Razor's
loving.
momentum early here on
Ah.
Dust 2.
Having a
Always believe in
blast.
Frozen with an eagle though.
Fix that later.
Plenty of highlights from here.
Ah.
Easy shots into
Ah.
Youngster.
Ah.
That is taken
You carry a sword, then we'll detect a difference.
to the number
Is that a
of
euphemism
plays
for
that
penis?
are really gonna try and squeeze every shot from this
Do you
event.
mean this big
Next, taking some more
giant
damage there, and things are becoming awkward for
sword?
Eyeballs now.
Is that a sword in your hands, or you're just happy to see me, Serena?
The face players don't have utilities to really help them scale onto a site to get it locked down.
It's the power of the
Fair
fallacy.
amount of Kevlar though. Although I say that, Frozen and Twist can't really fight. They've got 28, 22 HP.
Sort of the power of the
so maybe it all
understanding.
balances out. You can see JW planted his post to pick up the M4 and got it working immediately. And it's Jacobs Deagle who will drop Crims and give them some more position. One plant's looking
Our
increasingly
boy's getting
lively now.
hair.
Frozen still standing with that.
Looks like I'm painting a
Two
hat on.
rotating his way. Oh, that's such good timing. And great frags as well. Frozen and Jacob
With the
combining to
PH.
be alone. Suddenly it's 1 versus 3.
So it's more fun that way.
FaZe will take their momentum back by force. Man, these two teams.
Thank you for
styles make fast,
recognizing
as
my
they say,
play
and
on
I think these two
words.
mesh very well in that respect.
Is there any other shocking scenarios here for us as we move into another very weak buy from Eyeball? There's just a few pistols. Deep position groups. And okay, somebody down.
Very precarious.
He's going to take down Jacob. Good finish onto him.
I'm so excited to see this done. I'm very proud of it.
The Crimson's looking a little bit dangerous. What's going on? Why are the pistols doing so much?
Oh, he's close with the Deagle. But he will be denied. That's a really key frag.
Because
Because
my
this was
pistol
getting
did that
out
much in
real
Star
quick.
Wars.
Crims rotates
If we play
his way
tonight, I
down.
need to see a vendor.
After Ultra slowing down
I need to
Jabari,
see a man about a
seems to
horse.
be bomb sites.
Or a man about a gun. Really.
Molly's well timed. Dex will creep through.
Isn't saying a man about a horse a polite way to excuse yourself to go pee?
So he's got a chance for a 1v1. He's waiting for a peek, but it comes from the wrong angle. Every round is dangerous between these squads.
Hot and dangerous. Bloop, 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 bloop,
On a
bloop.
buy, JW on the AWP. Jabari on the peak. And JW is gone. He got to hold on to that.
I'm grateful today went okay though.
Before getting taken down. So another opening advantage for FaZe.
I feel like I was as understood as I will ever be from that kind of perspective. So we shall see.
Can scope in before that
Not sure it's
finishes.
polite. Maybe Wild Westian times it was. My grandpa used to always say that. But like specifically only while he was drinking.
I wondered if they would keep posted up with Crims, but
Otherwise he would just say he needs to excuse himself if he was sober. But if he was having a couple of drinks, he'd say, I gotta go see a man about a horse.
AWP at the moment, but they're finding frags at the same time. That is Crims on an island with the AWP.
Maybe it's like a Midwest to South thing only? No, you used to live like, well, not southwest, southwise, but more southwesty. Telling me you were in the old Wild West and you never heard it before? Shame.
Do too much.
A curse upon your house.
Stalemate that we had around the kind of cat take timing.
Learn yourself.
Great if Dex could hold on to this one.
Get them knowledges. It's more Midwest bar talk than anything. It must be.
Behind this. Looks like they're going to try to go and scale onto the side. The ball's going back here.
So really it's a euphemism to either go pee-pee or you gotta go jork off in the bathroom. Gotta go see a man about a horse.
That would have been an important second frag. One spotted in mid, which means problems for Rolf, but maybe Crims could find a way to help. He found two through the smoke. Well, Frozen through the smoke. Drop Jacob as well. That's a quick scope from Jaboin.
All I'm saying is if you guys ever hear me say that, expect to see a pony next stream.
Youngster by the doors. Trying to find a tunnel. Jaboin. Having eyes on the
A
door
pony.
as well. Wonderful
pony.
flick. And there's still no mercy for eyeballers.
Great shots from Jabone again.
I'm gonna try and swap the color of his hair, like darkening it into his pants. Like just gray it out. I cannot figure out what color his pants are. They're grayish. But as soon as I say they're grayish, they look beige. And as soon as I say they look beige like khaki, they look gray. It's driving me nuts.
There's players on the flank as well, so there's a timer on this push, and it's overwhelming. There's nothing they can do. Absolutely shut down.
Don't know if you have room for a pony. I'm obviously kidding.
The savior. As it has felt like he's not had a presence on Dust 2
Oh, wait,
with
I
it.
have this spray over here that I can use.
Yeah, neither of these two rounds really gonna fill you with confidence for eyeballers.
Scoop.
She's
Mix.
gone very aggressive there.
And scoop.
Yeah, they've been somewhat risk averse, but it still makes sense here. JW will happily fire that shot off, and they'll walk straight into Dex.
He needs a little bit
Is
more
the
gray.
one frag enough? After
Hey,
being traded by
cheers.
Twist?
Thank you, thank
It
you.
might not be, but it's better than a 4 on 5, I suppose, which we've seen a lot of in some of these rounds as well. quick reposition now. JW goes from that short position to having a look at mid. There's so much presence in that area as well in these rounds for FaZe, into late round especially. Jabone may end up emerging there once again. Now, has there been a sound cue for Crims? Has he heard a scope? Is he expectant? Jacob creeping through, and he's just quicker on the trigger finger.
I can't stop hearing Jacorn on the Jacob whenever they say Jacob.
Leading the frags once again for Eyeballers.
Thanks for that, Smoops.
JW's posted up for the cross.
And smoke, but there's a gap.
Tickled me.
To cover the gap.
It tickled me greatly so.
Going to be JW. He's not going to let that opportunity go to waste. And he is going to get involved with this off now. 2 players here for FaZe. Oh, what a shot. Jabone is so far quite stunning on this dust.
That's still a little bit too brown.
It's going to be covering
Is it?
the flank position on long as well. JW, is he going
It
to
is.
continue to proceed? Looks like he might be going back to cap, which seems like, from our perspective, definitely the smarter choice to avoid Jabone, at least initially. But how do they close the distance onto the site now?
Jabone's heard that rotation. He has no more concerns really towards that long position.
Bloop, bloop.
Fully focused on shorts. Little util remaining. They have hits as well. They're being invited to go far enough just to lose everything. And lose everything they will.
I think it's like the right color, but it's too dark.
And this time, JW
Need some
will be
white.
posted up as we see a breach through the mid doors.
Youngstar. Dex taking full advantage of the mid play. They get 3 kills very quickly off the back of that. Quick flash there for the lower down.
It's like the lightness of khaki, but the tone of gray.
What are they going to do here? There's a lot of
Give me a
minutes
crisis
left.
over these pants.
Just put 31.5 minutes.
Crisis!
But there's a lot of time that they can try to use to
It's
work
the
back a little
end
bit.
of the world
Yeah, it does
as
give-
we know it.
It looks to control for Eyeballers as they surround it. It comes Naty from T-Spawn with the AK. Shooting quite nicely in that previous round. See if he can cause any problems.
I accept
Frozen
that. I
coming in
think
from
that's
lower
pretty
down.
close.
Gonna go flash over the top here.
It might even be a little bit too light now, but I'm done mixing paint. I quit.
To get one before getting taken.
I quit.
3-7. So Eyeballers, they're
Not taking
there's
life
still
that
rounds to play here,
seriously.
James. There's still a possibility they could maybe close the gap. Actually get a bit fortunate here. Most of the push is going through tunnels. If you're able to find the spray down here, that would be enormous.
Is he going to fire?
That's what she said.
Frozen's got his way through it.
Giggity.
No one's got anything whatsoever. Rob's on island. He's found 2. The dream could be collapsing here for Eyeballers. Talk about threading the needle.
2 kills is actually going to make this doable. Look at the HP too on the remaining players of FaZe.
Does anyone remember what map the dog is in?
Retake
I wanna
feels
see the
quite
dog.
possible. We'll see what Eyeballers can do. Can they get something going pretty quick here? Okay, well, Frozen is going to deal with JW quite easily, and there's a flank coming too.
Paint
So,
color looks
life
like
is
gravy,
looking
and it's making
very
me want
bad right
mashed
now for
potatoes.
Eyeballers. I think we're looking for this. No. Oh my God, it's just so clinical
My
from Chris there.
coworker
That is just an
gave me 2
execution.
awesome food
Queen of
suggestions
the
that I want
once
to
again.
try.
Eyeballers have
I'm
something
gonna make
to
them
fight
on
with in this
stream
round, though.
soon. There is now. I don't remember which map it was in though. It's not what I want.
One relatively new and one brand new maps just
It was like a month ago.
and they both feature
I don't know if you can pet the dog.
not just
I think you have to, like,
perspectives
rescue them,
for
though.
other animals, the monkeys on Stronghold or the cat on Palais or certain
Hey,
other
thank you for the
black cats.
follow. Welcome to
These
the
dogs
club.
have unique
Welcome to the
cognitive
cult.
habits
It
that affect
is
their unique
whatever you want it to be,
ability
baby.
to
Does it choose your own adventure? And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight.
Here's my one.
Can I pet that dog?
Let's start with Altec, an absolutely beautiful wingman map set in Australia. Jim of K is on top of his diesel
not what I
plane
wanted.
as usual, and on one of the lanes there is a guard dog. If you or any item crosses the
Roof.
sideline, it will
Roof,
bark,
roof.
alerting enemies to your presence. I've seen similar ideas of this before, like these very much work in progress, the rattlesnakes on Saguaro.
Can you ask for a drawing?
but the dog is definitely the best execution of this type of
Honestly,
concept
all
by
subs
far.
get first dibs on any
And
of the
if
art
you
that I
think
do.
about it in terms of gameplay, it's
Like
not
most of the
that
time, I enjoy
It's
doing
basically
it, but I have
like
no
the
desire to
pages.
keep any of it. So subs get first dibs on anything that I've painted.
like even how you can shoot at the dog to scare it away.
Paint me like one of your French girls.
Similar vein, you can shoot the glass here and also bypass the scanner. They do serve a very similar purpose in their respective maps.
I mean, send me a photo reference. I got you.
Other maps don't even go that far. Just use a regular old squeaky door to add a sound cue to a choke point. But the whole door factor does definitely make it feel more unique.
I guess I can consider setting up
Really stands out
commissions.
as a core part of the Outback experience.
I'm not like a
I'm ready
trained
to find
artist
those
though.
moments
Like
in
I'm not
games
actually
out
good. I
fire.
just have fun with it. I just enjoy it as a hobbyist.
Shelter got released like a bit over a week ago, and it's also just golden. Set in an animal shelter.
You're welcome to
It features
suggest a
dog
character
hostages.
for my next painting
Dog
though.
stages, perhaps. At the first look,
I used to
they're
paint a
basically
lot
just
more on
hostages
stream.
with
Not so
better
much
and more
anymore.
interesting sounds and animations. But similarly to Outback, they bark at players.
Roof, roof. You know what they look like though? Is the fuck, was it the Nintendogs? They look like the same animation style as the Nintendogs. Like slightly more yassified. But they look so similar. It was one of the labbers. Like it's just a more high quality version of that. They look like Nintendogs.
It just means they get picked up and taken all around the map. So once dropped by the city, this previously static sound
Anyone
puzzle
who's
to give
subbed
away your
gets
position
first dibs
can
on
be
art.
literally anywhere and always needs to be
You want it, you got it. Because I just do
always seen
things and
situations in which an unfortunately placed retriever
I have no
decided
desire
the
really to
fate
keep
a
any of
clutch
them.
Situation. I think it's
It's one
so
that I
cool
do want to
adds
keep.
this additional layer of complexity to the map, so you
But
can
outside
just
of
keep
that,
those squeaky doors. As
they
well,
don't
just
need
like
to be here.
hostages, these dogs have a variety of skins. And don't worry, the map has only black dogs, no black cats to be found here. So well, feel free to feature it.
I want to keep the Coraline cat.
Actually, this
That one
was a
is
weird deal
for
one
me. That's the only one that I really love.
Please. By the way, I was thinking, how come no
We
other
have
maps ever tried to have custom
Pumpkin
outfits?
Booty
Well, actually, there was one.
and
When
Christmas
Sales
Booty. I went through a booty phase.
out guys, they're really dapper. But
This one I really
pretty
hope
much
goes
no
to a
one has
happy
tried
home
something
one
like
day.
this before.
Call me.
Perhaps it's an intentional ploy by
Christmas
Valve
Grinch
to
girl.
release hostage skin cases on a later date.
Batman.
Or perhaps because it just kind of.
And then a card that's still in progress.
Shared
It's based on an oops shirt that I have. GTO.
with a voice that
Hey, thank you so much for the
is
sub.
voiceover
It's
by
very
Miguel
kind of you.
instead.
It's wonderful.
Anyway, this was a
That's
small
very,
bit
very
of
kind.
cool dog-related
You're an
content.
awesome
Although
human
we will
alert up in here.
a bit later after Iceberg.
If you'd like to post a reference in the
As
Discord,
usual,
it can
thanks
go
for
in
watching.
queue for
Special thanks to my two
our
loyal
next
channel
paint night.
members, Colaman and Gonson. I'll see you guys pretty soon.
Welcome,
Hope this
Nikki.
video about
Hope you're having a good
Iceberg
night
was really
so far.
solid. There were a couple. Selena,
Thank you,
Fisa,
thank
Harvey,
you.
Rose,
Thank you for supporting the Stream the
Have a
Dreams
great rest of
Project.
the
Thank you
day.
for being the awesome human that you are.
Bye bye.
Going to see the doggos. Maybe they won't be in competitive maps though. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Well, how is there not a queue? Inevitably, because I'm working on a painting right now.
A real drop off for them, but that's not what they needed.
It's not a stop, drop, and paint command.
Could offer them a lot. Dex at the point of no return.
Literally, you being subbed and me deciding if that's what I want to paint and it resonates with my soul, and if I do paint it, then it's yours.
So things looking up there, despite losing Dex.
I'm not an artist. I have no business commissioning works.
regretful playing it so extremely passively in the previous round.
I stay in my lane.
Get a pop flash there, activity from Eyeballers to find out what's going on, and they are surely going to understand that play is more towards mid and
Stop, drop, and
because
roll
they've
in the
got presence
paint.
everywhere else. Eyeballers.
Someone would probably buy that. I used to sell a lot of like body paint things back in my cam girly days. I did a lot of booby prints. You just cover myself in paint and then smush into a canvas. You know which one I've actually wanted to do though, but it seems like so big and messy that I don't know where I would do it. How do I even look it up? Oh, very carefully. Here, this one, the body print one, where you paint yourself and then you like stretch over a canvas. I think if I was gonna do like body art like that again, I would want it to be this. So it's your hands and then I think you're like just sat like this. I think those are really pretty. Sometimes they come out weird though, like the orange one, but then you just fill it in like the blue one. It was a viral concept, like, I don't know. I was gonna say a couple of years ago, but I guess like 5 years ago. That looks nice, the white over the black though. I like those. That's been a thought in my mind for apparently years now.
If he can find the angle in time. Looking to offer some util for his teammates. But there's nothing doing.
That's what I would stop, drop, and roll in the paint.
Just yet. He knows one is not on the bomb site, but
I'm driving a 1969 Ford GT40 Mark. Nice. That sounds like a fun games night.
They've got a lot of work to do on the other side. I mean, they should be.
I think I would like to do that someday at some point, though.
Towards the end there. Which would have given them more room to settle in the second half.
I feel like setting it up would be like playing Twister, though.
So with the P250 being the sharpest tool in the kitchen for Eyeballers.
I'm way more a Dodge girly than a Ford girly.
But he'll get popped by Jacob.
I cannot afford the embarrassment of driving a Ford. Left foot blue, right hand yellow, butt cheeks. Red and green.
They got bodies to throw at the problem and throw at the
The ones that I've seen girls do on stream before, like they end up really splotchy, and you do have to fill in like a lot. I think they're so pretty though. I don't know. I don't even know if I could sell that one. Like I could probably do prints, but I wouldn't want to hang it up on my wall. I'm very cocky and self-centered like that. Like in the hallway, I have 3 different drawings / paintings of me. Like that's pretty cocky. That's pretty self-centered. But I don't know. I like seeing myself as art. Like off stream and like in normal life, I'm very plain Jane. Like I don't want to do my makeup. I don't really want to dress up. I just like existing, and it's nice to see like these fancified versions of me. Well, no, butt cheeks aren't in the official Twister, but they're in my Twister. I haven't played Twister since I was a kid.
Unfortunate result.
I think I'd be really bad at it.
11 rounds now. FaZe.
I have no balance.
They're so far away in FaZe.
But I never had balance. I was bad at it when I was a kid anyway.
Still fighting for this game though. Numbers go through mid. But FaZe.
Pocket lines, different colors.
Just the one for Frozen. Youngster dropped in the smoke on the way towards B. Bomb has fallen as well. And despite this quick surge through mid doors, there'll only be 2 of them. Crips fights Twist, looking to answer Jaboan as well. Smokes will go and things become awkward. Crips looking for that B player.
The correct emoji on Discord doesn't show up for you? What? What would be the correct emoji?
But nothing's being offered.
I'm confuddled.
They're forced to go into the open looking for this bomb, and they can be collapsed upon it.
Oh, any check mark is fine.
need to find some really solid headshots. Crims.
I just react to it with like the okay
accuracy of range, especially.
symbol.
See if you can find those key headshots, what he wants.
And then when I'm offline, I'll let you in.
It's
It's not magical, it's not botted. I like pressing the buttons. I like the satisfaction of pressing the buttons.
Eyeballers alive. They've got long control, but
Makes
they
me
might be
happy.
thinking, okay,
We all need tiny joys in life. My tiny joys are pressing buttons.
Eyeballs looking to just swing to the side.
Not like
Ooh,
people's
that's a
buttons,
nice entry there
but
for Crims.
digital
Now things
buttons.
get very comfortable for Frozen. He gets just damage, no kills. And with that, this round looks great for eyeballers.
I mean, don't get me
So
wrong,
far,
Ford
so
has
good.
some
Baby
beautiful
steps
classic
for the
cars,
time
but
being. Standing on
if I had
their
to choose
feet
Ford
in
over
round
Dodge, I would
17.
choose Dodge any day.
Phase definitely want to have as many buy rounds as they can muster. Definitely don't want to take this lead for granted. The worst is definitely going to be over for eyeballers in terms
To
of the
each
first
their
half
own,
versus
though.
the second.
Potato, potato, tomato, tomato.
Delayed long takes off and scary.
Gelding,
There's a player
gelding.
implanted somewhere in this position, often behind the door. So lots of diligence there required. Frozen, very
I try not to press
strategies.
people's
Another
buttons.
player though, and it's a very
It's like a
important skill to get
transactional
past.
thing, though.
He
I will
applies
only
the
press
payload
your
as well.
buttons if you
So
press my
the
buttons.
danger has been
And then
partially
there's
evaded
just
with that
one
twist.
select button
Okay,
that
so
I'll
far some good
press.
damage and the follow-up onto Youngster. So some good damage returned. And let's not forget, this is a buy coming in from FaZe in this next following round. So but do eyeballers realize what is possible right now? This
Oh,
player in
Plymouths are
Ramadan.
beautiful. And
Options we
Gouda.
can see from these angles.
Better Gouda.
How long do they focus on this? Oh, Dex
Makes me
looking,
think of
but
the
not ready for
song.
Frozen, who's so good. Awkward angles for JW.
Tis a natural
Does
gift.
Frozen go back to the
It's a natural aptitude, rather. I would consider it more of an
aptitude.
aptitude than a gift.
And Rolf, I think, was looking for him top mid, but he's been dealt with by Twist, and the dream is collapsing again for eyeballers as JW and Crims remain.
But it's symbiotic with my
All
natural
sides standing
aptitude
for
and
FaZe.
giftedness to
They
tolerate
can do no
stupidity
wrong with
only
us too,
to
it
a
seems
point.
sometimes.
It's really rough too because
I'll let you get to like
it makes
99
sense that they try to
stupids.
go for that long push because
But
they
once you get to the
recognize
100th,
that with that under
the buttons will be
lower
pressed back.
dark push. You see the Frozen just finishing them off here. He's gonna be able to get this
You do love your
as well.
racing games, Nikki.
Well, there we go. Makes it very easy.
I love
but-
that for
but
you.
They read that eyeballers. They understand if there's a player lower dark, it's probably a cat setup as well.
The shell shots from previous scenarios. Now on the flip side, we saw a nice pop flash offered, but Youngster
Burned a
just
couple
wants,
sites.
the
97
heartbeats.
more buttons to press on the wall. 97 buttons to press.
So far,
You
so
press
good.
one down. Serena frowns.
Smoke all
96
right.
buttons to press on the wall.
Gonna force their way through it though. But Jacob's able to get one. He was
That's
at
how
point
it
of no return.
goes.
Jabon's able to post up somewhere. That could be a nasty surprise, but at least cap control has been established.
He doesn't only have so
Yeah,
much
really nice
tolerance
position
for
for
stupidity.
eyeballers to
But I
find
think that's
themselves
true
in.
for
They got
most
cat
people.
control. They went 1 for 1.
And if you can tolerate
Frozen's
endless
got
amounts of
8
stupidity, you're either
So,
a mom of
Look
toddlers,
at how Fraser
or you are
responds to
also
that
stupid.
smoke that was thrown onto the
It's
deep box.
two very
Like,
different
what about
camps,
the
but I
response?
think
There
the
seems to be
the
a hard
only
read as to the behaviours of
sectors of
eyeballers, so they
humans
both
that
abandoned the B
can
box
tolerate
side,
such.
looking elsewhere for action, which will be a commitment to pay, it looks like. No Lucas here.
Look at
Almost
them
hand in
pants.
hand
Them are
race.
some nice
The
pants.
eyeballers as they make their way towards Age of Bowen, forced to fall
I
back
feel like
to
it's
one.
kind of redundant to do all of
It
the
is
line
about
work
to
and
get
then paint
for
over it,
eyeballers
but
in
at the
4-on-4.
same time, I'm gonna go back
We'll
and
see.
repaint the line
To
work,
that
and I don't know
so
where to
well
paint
does
if
it
I don't
so
have
far,
the line
but
work
they might be
to paint
largely able to
into and
avoid
over.
it. See if that's going to be the case. 2 players, 4
It's okay.
phase, long and 2 on the cowl position, or rather the spawn position. It's definitely awkward for FaZe. How are they going to make this one
Awkward.
work? Just start scaling on in. With the AK
Awkward.
has to get the entries. Jaboen with the ult is going to be
Awkward.
sounding off, and suddenly it's. I mean,
Awkward.
I can't even get the words out of my mouth.
It's not really
and
doing much to keep me
everybody is
cozy if it's
gone,
not
and
covering my
Chris
shoulders.
will
It was like
get
kind of
his
chilly out
and
today.
FaZe.
It only got to the mid-70s.
Revenge has been stifled. No
I think they
revenge
whooped our
for
asses last
JW
time, if I remember
Forest.
correctly. I could be wrong though. What? What do you mean extra content? Okay. Favorite Need for Speed is Need for Speed 2 SE because the Ford GT90. Nice. You're boiling today, Cyogenics. Oh no. Here, I'll suck some of the Chicago air and send it your way. Shotgun it to you. My god, when I was giving Gunther oxygen, here, I'll show you guys. He freaked out because it sounds like hairspray. So I had to shotgun it to him. Because he let me give him 3 doses, and then he was like, ah, this is scary. So I was like... It's really cool, though. They make this for hikers. Like when you're on a high altitude and you just need like a boost. I'm gonna waste it for a second. But it's just like a thing. Boost. Literally boost. A minute. Ready? I'm gonna hairspray you guys. It just shoot out. I don't want to waste a bunch of it, but I'm really glad they sell stuff like this. But Gunther doesn't like it in his face, so I had to like shotgunning him oxygen. Now that I got up, I have to pee. That happens to me at work all the time. I sit down like at the main table to check a dog in, and then I get the dog and I stand up and then I have to pee, and it's very annoying. I don't know why my body is doing that. What was I just gonna fix? There was something on my screen that I wanted to fix. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't see anything. Oh, did that download? That's what I was looking for. Yes. Okay. I'll be right back again. I'll go to go tinky. I mean, it like actually is refreshing. It's literally a breath of fresh air. Like, I don't need it, but I do think it was helping him when all of the fire smoke was coming down here. Chicago really isn't worth writing home about, honestly. Like, you could do all of the fun tourist stuff in a day and just have it over with. Of all of, like, the big cities that I've been to, I love Vegas the most. Vegas is, like, the same as Chicago, but it's, like, a rainbow unicorn threw up all over it. I would highly recommend Vegas over Chicago any day. Vegas is pretty. And it's in the desert. I love the desert. Oh crap, I have to grab meds too. I forgot I rewarded myself with a matcha today after I did my advocating. And my cup says, thanks a matcha. Isn't that cute? That made my day. think I have like $6 left in my Starbucks gift card, so I can get one more Starbucks whenever I want. It's actually Starbucks by work. I didn't realize it. I got it on the way to my dad's. Sitting on my robe, shawl. What would you guys call this? I don't know what it is. A moo-moo? Had it for so many years. It's so cute, but it's so impractical to wear out of the house. It's just not the style anymore. But it's so cute. Shoes are green and white. I mixed way too much for the pants trying to make the right color. Excuse me. I wasted paint. Oops. Ups the days. So yummy. Think you call it comfortable? I will go with that. This thing is now called comfortable. When I say I want my comfortable, it means that I want this. I'm going with that. Good call. Okay, we need greens. What color is this green? That right? It's a little too dark. Bloop. Let me see this one. Yeah, paint on my fingers. Paint on my fingers. That looks like the right green for the rest of the shirt, though. Is that lighter than that? No. Never learned how to mix paint. I just do my best. Did I get the bark on throne? I don't know. I keep my phone on Do Not Disturb while I stream. That's a good question. I did. Thank you. That was very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. The pupper doggos will get some treats. Tomorrow we'll be doing zoo streams. For Thursday. Thursday. Bebop around with the Bebas. Thank you so much. That was so nice of you. It was very kind. So much paint mixed for literally just like 2 things. Although I guess that's the same green that's around his wristbands and his shoes too. Wristbands, yes. Shoes are... Oh, I didn't put my reference back up. There we go. Shoes are the same color as the shirt. Can you cuss me for sub? Say cunt in an angry way. To wait for when I'm actually playing games for that. And then it's just a happy accident. Because I've found myself in a happy accident. It's probably very specific to Doom streams. I want to get back into Eternal, but I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. But we're so close. I'm so scared. Ugh. I just have a bunch of cats, so I make cat sounds. I can't help it. I communicate with the furry beings all day long. It's impossible to not. Oh my god, you guys! I am the worst mom in the world. I haven't done the cat's nails for like the last 2 months, like really since I started at work, because either every time I thought about it, I'm like, I'm too tired to wrestle with the difficult ones, or like I've kept up on Tank's nails, Gunther's nails, Zeke's nails as much as possible, and the Foster's nails too. But Manzu have not had their nails done, like, at all. I suck. It's been like 2 months. Last night, I don't know how Chong stretched up to me and he was being really cute. One of his nails was embedded into his paw pad. I am the worst mom in the world. That doesn't happen very often with cats. It's pretty uncommon. Like, so don't panic if you have a crazy cat and you can't do their nails. Just, like, keep an eye on them. Usually happens with dogs more than cats. Like, their nails will curl in. But Chong's getting older, and as cats get older, their nails get thicker and tend to grow faster. And Chong was 1 in 2013, so he's 14? 2023 is 10 plus 4 or plus 3, but he was 1. So that makes 4. Yeah, he's 14. So his nails are a lot thicker now. And it grew into his paw pad. I had to trim it last night after stream and then put quick stop where it was bleeding because the nail was embedded into the paw. And my vet was super busy today, so I couldn't bring him in. But he's okay. Like, it stopped bleeding. I've been able to clean it, etc. He probably just needs a round of antibiotics cautionarily. So he's going to go see Doc tomorrow. And then if Gunther is breathing okay enough, he's going to go in for a checkup too with me. I feel so bad. His poor nail was grown into his paw. And I just let that happen. So it's now in my calendar every 2 weeks. I need to get a new calendar after the end of August because that's when I run out of pages. It's in my calendar now every 2 weeks to do all of the kitty's nails. Slavka was actually very good for her nails last night. I'm proud of her for that because I immediately went around and looked at everyone's feet, freaking the fuck out as soon as I got his paw pad and stopped bleeding. But good God, that was awful. I feel like the worst mom in the world. Zoo mom fail. Big zoo mom fail. I am ashamed. I'm very ashamed. It should never have happened. So, word of caution to anyone who has senior cats or cats that don't let you do their nails. Just make sure you look at them every so often, because I goofed. I have to do Diesel's nails too. I brought my Dremel home from work. I gotta get them done before I go back. His dew claws grow so fast. That's really all that I need to trim, but I'll trim the rest of them too. They really stay pretty short because the dogs walk, but it's the concrete that grinds them down. I'm gonna do that outer layer of his shirt, and then the design I'll have to add more white to the green for. Who knew Scott Pilgrim was so many shades of green? 50 Shades of Green. I was watching more of Larry David's Life Something in the Pursuit of Unhappiness earlier. God, I love this program. I'm enjoying it so much. Something about Larry David calms me. I think he says things that I wish I could say in a way that I wish I could say them. It's just not societally acceptable. And I'm enjoying it immensely. If anyone has HBO, I highly recommend. Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Unhappiness. There we go. He had a skit with Rosa Parks, and it was fantastic. So he's on the bus next to Rosa Parks, and like everyone's asking her to move because that was the time of the times, and he's sitting next to her, and he's like, "No, she's not moving because I'm comfortable, and then I'll have to move. So no, she stays where she is." And then everyone turns around and like it's fine, it moves on, and then he's so fucking annoying. And it's just yapping her ear off for the entire bus trip. So they eventually start praying together. And she asks Larry if he has anything that he wants to add. He has his eyes closed, like his hands together. And while he's doing that, she moves to the back of the bus to stop talking to him. It's so great. It's giving me life. It's absolutely giving me life. I hope you had some good sleep tonight, the Mad Topher. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. It was wonderful to see you. Thank you for your presence, your laughs, being the wonderful human that you are. Hope you got the best good rest. Tell the kitties it's snuggle time. Tiny spot. Tiny spot. So curious, like what direction that skit was going to go in, and it was supreme. It was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was glorious. I love Larry David. 11 out of 10 would marry him in a heartbeat. He would probably annoy the fuck out of me, but like I wouldn't be able to not love him. I would never expect him to change. Scopey scope. Choo. Oh, what is the schedule gonna be tomorrow then? There's a gnat in here. Get away from me. There's gnats in the house, Susan. I've seen like 2, but they're annoying. What is... I don't like looking at HLTV on the computer. It doesn't make sense in my head. Let's see. What's tomorrow? Oh, it's 8 a.m. Damn it. Nips is playing tomorrow. How old is Larry David? Does he fit the criteria of old man? Like, looks-wise, he's, like, borderline just right there, because I love, like, 90-year-old men, right? But how old is he? $79. I'd give him, like, 2 more years. And then we're getting married and falling in love for the rest of our lives. Like my men 80 plus. Platonically, of course, but I just really enjoy the company of old men. That's what it is. I was having this conversation with my coworker, and like she genuinely thought that I only am like physically attracted to and like bring it on, baby, with like really old men. And I had to explain, like, no, it's like a platonic thing. Like, I just love hanging out with my grandpa and I miss him, and therefore I love old men because I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit with you all the time. He's 79. Give him like 2 more years. Give me like 2 more years. Can reach like peak maturity. He can reach his peak maturity for my standards, and then we can get married and fall in love forever. We'll keep each other young. I do love him, though. It's my kind of man. He's like too close in age to my dad right now, though, and I don't have daddy issues. I have grandpa issues, but like in a good way. So my dad's 71 this year. He was born in 55. It's 2026, so yeah, he's 71 this year. Right now, he's still in his 70s, so he's like too close to dad range, and that's weird. We don't go there. I have issues, but not like that. If anything, I probably have like mommy issues because I'm attracted to the same kind of women that my dad is. But my dad prefers blondes, I prefer brunettes. Like, blondes are wonderful and all, but like, I'm genuinely like just initially attracted to brunettes. I don't think I've ever dated a blonde girl. You've only ever dated one blonde guy, though. Think. Don't want to need more green. There should be enough green. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it, Paint. Be brave. Be strong. Be abundant. Be the paint you wish to be in the world. Boom, baby. We've got clothes. Oh, he's just like ghostly pale. We might get to skin tone tonight. I don't know. I want to finish his shirt and white out over the shoes and then do like the gray accent around and then maybe add some of the flashing to the sword. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not confident in my ability to do that. I'm going to make it look weird, but we'll see. And then we'll work on skin tone. Oh, there's like shadowing in his ears too. Not good at shadows. Shadow. I watched Homeward Bound the other night, and now I have Shadow stuck in my head. And I've also groomed 2 dogs named Shadow, which doesn't help. Oh no, I wanted to mix white with that. Oopsies. Maybe. So when does FaZe and Falcons play again? Or do Falcons not play again? They lost. I don't know. The schedule disappears on Saturday, and then it's just like determined winners. Friday is 3D Max and Magic, Heroic and the Mongols, Liquid and Vitality, Dendel and Furia.
then Dell. I've never seen their name ever before. I don't know who they are. Nemesis and someone, Astralysis. I added extra letters. Then Gentle Mates. There's a team called Gentle Mates. His team name is Tickle Me. And then tomorrow is Focus, Fokus. Not making fun, they're just making me laugh, okay? Isn't that like every man's goal to make a woman laugh? There's a whole team making me laugh right now. Focus and Aurora, Sinners and Foot, F-U-T, Gentle Mates, and Pain. OG and the Spirit. I should be able to say this because it's Polish as fuck. Walczaki, Walczaki, Walczaki. It's probably a Czech sound, not a x sound. I'm just saying Walczaki. There we go. Walczak. It's probably Walczaki. Like a Z with an S sound. Focus, Serena. I want to meet them and let them know that they succeeded in making at least one woman smile in this world. And Nips and Echo, 100 Thieves and Nuclear Tigress. Tigres. Oh, it's still blurry, but whatever. K27 and Infinite, and then Heroic and Focus. It tickles me. Focus. It tickles me so deeply. This one was shorter. Even though they went through 3 maps, it's only 55 minutes. But Phase went through 2 maps, and it was like an hour and 10 minutes.
Was because they probably had the same
Like, okay.
practice time where
I think it's gonna rain. My hair is getting fluffy.
Hoping they're gonna be a little fresh.
Wasn't this fluffy when I started the stream?
Him and Monacy and Nico are gonna slam
weather?
the door shut on this A side. You think it's gonna
Back
be
to
that
you,
easy?
Tom. What's the weather?
The umbrella. Kerrigan is 15-1.
No, it's not gonna rain for a couple days. Is the humidity high though?
The world.
Pretty damning stat. That's pretty damning.
Yeah, it's
When
pretty
was
humid.
The last time they went head to head, maybe that'll help. Nico, quick kill onto Rain, who's put to the wayside in round number 3.
It's a crazy stat. Astralis versus.
This would have been so nice to watch live. I'm bummed.
And the promise, of course.
I'm glad I got to help my dad's branches.
But I'm excited to see what.
I'm glad he asked for
Reset
help.
Project. So, 100 Thieves.
His shoulder is all fucking fucked up right now.
These losses.
Well, it's always been
Kerrigan
fucked up, but
kills
it's extra
device.
fucked up now.
They do still manage to
He
slip
needs
that
to have
bomb
surgery
down
on
through
it,
the
and
single
he's
door
just
of the
putting
B
it
site.
off.
The time.
100 Thieves have a couple players still up inside of the lobby, and it doesn't look like they're going to let their guard down now. They clear every single corner as need be. Kerrigan with a triple kill off to the 5-0 start individually. And
I have a feeling towards the winter, like when he's snow blowing, he'll probably feel the most discomfort in it, and then he'll probably consider surgery.
It was quite a drastic fall off for how good they were at that moment.
I can see him kind of
He always plays to the level.
trending towards that.
You know, for him, motivation is almost exclusively come at majors, and he has every reason to have that. Or he won everything else. If he gets this opening kill, wants to trade back quickly. In fact, maybe 2. Kiosuke would let him live.
It actually looks more blue
Kisby's got
than
himself
anything,
another
but I kind of
headshot
like
here.
it.
2 on the round. As Monacy is gonna spray
It's
right
like a
through
dark
that smoke,
teal.
Equal up the numbers.
Or not a
And
dark
it is still
teal, like a
chance for
muted
Thieves to
teal.
take the A side, but that's where Tess's lobby control is put into the question, and it's going to be the Rain departure with bomb downstairs in the hopes of a 1v2.
Here comes the plant and rare moment.
I'm gonna keep tank topping this. There we go.
2 smokes.
Stomping it.
He is so beautiful.
Rain doesn't waste the moment to try to chase Monacy out of this, who's just now opened up those doors.
No fast step.
I'm loving how
They
this
have
is
2
going.
smokes again.
Takes the
We're
stairs up
doing
the
so
ground.
good,
Rain
Club
is gonna
Calls.
get
I'm
chased
so
to
proud
the
of us.
control panel.
Club
Okay,
Cats.
okay. Now they're still just
Club
dodging him,
Cats.
but Rain, this reposition is huge. Blindsides the player up top, and Tess is going to get the trade with enough time for the
Sheesh.
defuse too. keeping 100 Thieves T-side challenge at bay.
Which would have been so nice to watch live. I don't think I've ever gotten. I don't think I've seen FaZe and Nips play each other. I know they have played each other, but I don't think I've watched it live.
Opening kill device as Kyosuke gets plucked off of heaven.
This would have been interesting because I would be rooting for both. Like, I'm a little bummed Falcons lost, but I'm like, woo! 100 Thieves got it.
Respond to getting seen.
That's how I keep blurping myself with paint.
Quite a confident move.
It's dripping out the side.
This one off the tactical timeout gives me trying to fine-tune things. Rain instant with the headshot.
Oh, come on.
Plural. Kerrigan and Monacy slain. We go to 25 seconds.
Slain.
Still got Tess on this bomb site. Getting wrapped from both main lobby and the heaven. And so now with nothing to show
It's so
for their
shiny.
efforts, it's
Ductwork.
the tactical timeout into the first round win here for 100 Thieves.
That's just a great round on 100 Thieves,
Shiny.
honestly. The opening here for device.
Feels silly to paint white over a white canvas, but otherwise it looks weird if you don't.
We feeling pretty proud about that one. That's Kerrigan out for first and the 2K and the
Like, it
uppercut
needs, like,
with
the
an instant
raised
headshot.
texture of it. I don't even know how to describe.
It's gonna be an execution.
We might get all of the color done tonight, and then I'll just have to redo the line work.
Tess under pressure because of the utility, well placed. He gives himself a little
That's
room
exciting.
to work within, but that smoke push is going to give Poi the first. Monacy's got Sierra. Nico not trusting the smoke.
I always get kind of sad when paintings get towards, like, the end, though.
Left on the rooftops. Nowhere to be
I
found
enjoy the
as Nico
process.
gets away with the triple.
Just can't be messy.
Curious
about
to see what will
any
be
spray right now.
suggested in the
It's
Discord.
community play out of Nico.
Now he had praise for Gizmi's individual ability, but Monacy's not going to miss his chance either. And so that one's all Monacy and Nico, 2 and 3 kills respectively. A site.
That I'm
defense,
just a
rock
true
solid.
artiste. Painting
Fired people up.
white. I am the art. I've painted myself white.
Guns in hands, and again, they're taking a look at this A site, carrying behind the smoke. Oh, good kill for Tess. Goes back to the hunt.
The art.
Evan Player's going to deal with the follow-up, but the train goes back and forth, and it leaves us 2v2. Nico back into the engagement, takes damage with Monacy behind him. Device is going to be found now. They pop it open, and Nico's 2 kills makes the difference yet again.
Did they for sure go on vacation?
I don't
This
know.
would have been so nicely brutal to watch. But instead I was dragging branches.
Thieves looking to get back down into that B
That's
site.
okay, but I'm having, like,
Ooh, nice main challenge.
post-traumatic FOMO.
TSS Monacy's reaction is clean, so it gives me calls from the sidelines as at least the bomb goes down.
They're kind of catching him off guard at certain
Having
spots, but
post-plant
still numbers up here
FOMO.
for Falcons.
There we go.
Ramp in their back pocket for the retake.
They're not playing decon, they're not playing control side.
Monacy wants to get zoom in with Nico right in front of him. Man advantage for Falcons, but the bomb's past that halfway point. So here comes the ramp retake, held back by
Yeah,
Rain.
priming canvas with white is generally the way to go.
And so this
Because then you don't have all of, like, the weird, like, I don't even know if it'll show up on
And in
camera.
the face of some
Like, the
very
texture of the
strong-looking
canvas,
individuals
therefore
from
it
the
disappears.
Falcons, the 100 Thieves
Kind of
game
see,
plan.
like, over here
like
if I
what I
shadow
see.
it. It's just a smooth start. It's like painting walls. If you're gonna do a crazy color, you want to paint it all white first.
Jeez, that I want it.
Just as the flashes come through, Kyosuke's gonna activate. Oh, this feels
It
like
just
the
makes
ghost
everything
chance to
set
strike,
nicer.
and he will execute Rain, plus drop the bomb on top of it.
The girl I used to be friends with was a very, very, very talented artist. I have a couple of pieces of her works.
So let's see what else they can make of this round.
She's very talented. But she painted a lot when she lived with me for a little bit.
Maybe if they want to take it upstairs, that might be the moment.
It was cool to observe. Like, she was both talented and somewhat trained. Like, she didn't go to art school, but she took a lot of art classes, like, throughout high school and just, like, community-wise, whatever, like, sign up to do this, that, and the other. She's very talented. It was cool to observe.
Drop then, I think Kerrigan's got it in the bag.
Every time I would go to Michael's for craft stuff for my niece and nephew, I would buy her more canvases. Here, paint, 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 paint.
Windows under hell.
Device quick scope as he slips the net under Monacy. He is halfway through this 1v4 now.
Walked up the entire way.
I want to
One more
fix that a
kill,
little
Monacy
bit.
will
I
be
went
shaking in their
over.
boots.
In anticipation of the lobby play. Oh, Kerrigan fires the
Got it.
promise. Device is going to be preoccupied. Nico's got
There you go.
blindsided, and Kerrigan, yeah, plays with his food.
By a hair.
Hell of an effort here for Device, but not meant to be, as it's Falcons to go up 8-2.
Prep will soon be protected. Nico's the linchpin. He's found good timing on the peak. Does he get the
His
kill? though?
eyes, and I think that's the rest of what's.
They can't get
Wait.
out ramp without him.
Mix some gray into the white that I have, and I guess attempt the like
Not deep enough for that.
shiny shadows on the. on the sword.
Oh, Yosuke turns. Device has got a second. It's another 1v4 attempt, and Tess gonna make sure that it doesn't get away from him.
He's
He's
gotta
gonna
get
get
right.
I think we will only have line work
Oh my
next
God,
time.
it's AI video.
I won't be able to do any tonight with anything drying, but
That might
I
not
think
be
we'll be
right.
able to finish Flesh Tone tonight.
This might not even be Counter-Strike.
Then line work it. I love this. It's so brutal. It's beautiful.
Wow, they don't kill him fast enough. You gotta pounce on those moments.
Go for the spray.
Ew, it's all
Precision, and it's only
gummy.
Gizmy to get him after
Ugh.
2 members of
Ew.
the attack drop. Looking for the double digits, but Nico's gonna win the duel outside. Poor Device has a rough go of it. So Gizmy puts him into the post plant with a kill to his name. Banking on the 2v4.
The Sword. The S word. The
Here comes the
Sword.
ramp. Go. I mean, sorry. Vance, go towards
The
ramp.
Horde of the Sword. Of the Sword.
Again, retakes coming in slowly.
That was fun.
Gizmy's gonna have a tough go with both the doors to hold, but he hooks the kill first. Tess has his trade, Reigns position revealed. He's gonna look
Here
to get a
goes
smash back
nothing.
on that bomb, as they're going to have to Hail Mary defuse in the middle of all this, and of course Monacy gives just enough cover as needed. An excellent first half in the second season of 2026 by the way of your Cologne major champions.
That was so.
You.
I don't even know how to describe. This is so like. What's the word I'm looking for?
Liquid set them up on the road.
Oh, you're not getting down the
So
fence,
announcery versus
Gizmy's got your
commentary.
number. Bomb will still make it downstairs. The Berettas
The
short
Cologne
of the
Major.
problem. Just get themselves into the post plant. Tough spot for Boy.
That was amusing. That tickled me.
Kyosuke is going to hold off on that flank. Got man advantage secured now by the Falcons, not to mention Bomb already down.
Yeah, it looks like when I
Monacy
painted
set
stripes
advantage.
and it just turns into like stripes.
Gotten away with that flank kill, but Kyosuke's still lurking around in the lobby.
And he still
That's
might be a
okay. I
problem.
accept it.
Gizmy's coming in
Welcome, Midnight
off the
Dynamite.
flank,
Hope you're having a good night so far.
but there's nothing for him to do. It's just going to be around one here for the Falcons. You just can't catch this kid
Yeah.
off. That's 3 frags for a Kyosuke in the round. There's just a number of problems here.
I don't know what I'm doing here. We're
Point
just
that we
attempting.
think on Falcons at the moment. That's
Attempts.
Kerrigan included.
Hope you have a good rest of your night, Tom. Take it easy.
Nice slow squeeze as they find the first kill with 30 seconds left.
Don't be a speed racer like me.
And the party moves towards ramp, where at the moment we've got
Or
nobody in
do.
position
I don't know. I'm not in
for
charge of you.
100 Thieves.
Honestly, in a pretty perfect spot to make this worse. Oh,
Ah,
Device comes up actually right behind him. And with a few seconds.
It looks okay from far away. But close up it's a little weird.
Gulp here is that points on the line.
You'll get one of those clock hiccups where Falcons end up walking into a site with a problem on it.
It's too hot for you. Has it been smoky by you? Or are you out of the danger zone?
Kyosuke's AK and the Raptors meant to be set up by Nico, who's just looking to get lethal with the push through the double doors.
I think I'm only like semi okay at art just because I have fun with it. I don't take it too
So far for
seriously.
the Falcons, they look fantastic. No championship.
I feel like that makes me sound
Sight.
super lazy because there's many things in life that like I enjoy doing but I don't take seriously. So that I specifically can enjoy it, which is kind of like a lazy way of approaching
Instead
things.
Just gives over the space, and they're going to be preoccupied with this outer presence.
But I accept it. Just saying it out loud made me realize
Shot. He'll get traded out by Device quite nicely.
Good,
He
I'm
goes
glad
strikes,
you've been out of
got
the
weapon
smoke. It's
advantage
been
over
nasty
59,
here.
but it's a
And like
nice
here
move
is so
from
far
Zero
away
at the
from
top.
there.
Desert Eagle from heaven, misses
It's wild.
Carrigan. Oh, man. I'll find him on the ladder
Ah, we're on to skin
itself.
to.
Disney
Oh
into
wait,
the kill feed.
the background
Guns
biddies.
being procured here by 100 Thieves.
I think this is actually like the right color for that.
89's not going to get a chance to really strike you down. They've done a good job of dodging the most part.
Yeah?
Oh, the
Maybe mix
flash
some more.
Odyssey Clutch queued up as he takes a bit of damage with a fresh bag back out. Bomb in front of
Oh
him.
no, it's black, not gray.
Presence
Eh,
on the site.
that would've been bad.
Tapping that defuse.
Well, it would have been wasteful.
Almost forced into the retake. It's going to take another fresh bag. Still no one defusing, and so they'll come through with the force by victory. It's not over just yet.
Nope.
Only him could make that look viable. That was should have surely a done deal. So they get that retake
Keeps-
in.
Whiting me.
Surely it makes his life easier if he's able
My
to
paint is trying to white
See
knight.
if that is a feature in the second half of the year. Opening kill for Modesty as Poi goes
Oh, I
running
very rarely
unconsciously
do a
into the
second
trophy
perfect
room,
mix. Good
offers
job,
over first
Serena.
blood.
Woo!
Zero's gonna try his hand at an aggressive play, and he gets away with one, but it will also cost him. Man advantage maintained as the fresh smoke comes out from Device.
Tries to poke this or something. A repeat push.
I'm painting without an outline. This is scary. Scary.
Maybe set up for a lurk here.
I'm like making the outline as I go. Ah.
Going wide. Does he go all the way through though?
Bloop.
Uh-oh.
Bloop, bloop,
That's
bloop.
not that great. Kyosuke's waiting for this angle.
Tries to get away with it instead, takes Kyosuke down to 13 health. It's going to take a heroic moment here for Device or Rain, and well, that helps. A single bullet gets the job done. Device will get the double, but Nico returns the favorite through the smoke.
And
As
a
Nico
little
starts
big
making noise downstairs, yeah, it's all about getting Nico back up towards his teammate on A.
He realizes it's a ruse. We'll try to follow up behind Nico, who does have the bomb on his back, and they don't know where Rain is.
Rain could catch this off. Nico back around red. Oh,
Let
it's
the
got
rain
cover and
fall
aim.
down.
As Nico will not
Big
skip
man
a beat.
dream.
Returning to play after the player break are all of the
Let
Falcons.
it
And
wash
that was
away.
impressive. A 13-4 victory here on Nuke, just dispatching of the new
It's a
look.
Hilary
100
Duff
Thieves
song,
with
I think.
Gizme, but they'll still have a chance in this best of three after the break. It's a whole different level.
Back to you for the weather, Tom.
Gizme sees just enough to try to give chase to this.
I'll follow it pretty quick.
Oh, they check it though. You know, Odyssey.
Genuinely don't. I'm sure it's like just
6
practice and
cents
repetition.
kicks in, says
Engineers
it's
don't
good
understand
damage,
how
but
people
Rain's gonna
paint
go
on
down to
easels.
nothing as Nico's the one to get the long kill.
Also, doesn't help that
So
I
Nico and
write
Odyssey right
and like
back to it.
do
Zero
anything
dead
with a
nothing,
utensil
and a smoke grenade
sideways.
that covers
So if you
the
ask me to write
just
like
long
this,
enough
it's
for that
terrible.
bomb to be a guaranteed
I have to
flag.
write
So
like
very
this, like
comfortable for the Vipers
sideways.
to post play here
So
for
instead of
Falcons.
like
They
my
said
paper
bullets
being
to
like
just
this, it
reminding
has to be
100
like
Thieves.
this.
We know you're back there, and they're not wrong about it.
And maybe that's my hang up with a canvas, but I so wish I was more comfy
right
using a
now.
canvas.
At moments like that, when you're on the flank, it's like, okay, big play was getting on the flank.
I don't
and
like
then
paint
boom,
enough to like
just
justify
gotta be sharp as
practicing
dust, too.
using
Need to
it.
get that headshot right away. Make use of that information. Okay, kill coming down. Garov's tank.
Go away, Nat. There are like 3 gnats in my house, and one of them is choosing violence over here. Cats, it's your job. Where's Slavko when we need her? All the boys are in bed. I haven't been able to make my bed with my blankets. And my pillow is nice because Gunther keeps laying where my pillows go.
And they're
It's
gonna
a
ship
little
you into
spot.
the doorway. Zero's got a plan on his
He's
hands.
cute
Comes
little
up with
spot.
one.
Really hope he's feeling okay enough to go in for a checkup
Definitely shows
tomorrow
your
so we can
attention
like
and the op shot's no good. It's a great
assess
kill.
his
He doesn't
quality
get a
of
second.
life at this
Leaves
point.
him nice and low, has to hit the shot, and he'll get 2.
Yep, that'll do it. Nico, 33 health and a
I know what I
1v4.
perceive, but I want a
1v3
professional
now.
opinion.
Cuts it down as Poi.
I do
His
think the
first
inhaler is
to go.
helping though.
And with that departure over towards the bomb, Device
We're
secured
finally
all
up
the
to
spaces
twice a day
Collateral
now.
gave him.
kind of knows one's just like a rotator.
It seems
and
to
that
give him
they're
some.
separated right now. They can join up
some
towards one, but
ease.
you know that doesn't seem like the
Slavka is only where she is needed least. That's her superpower.
best option, anyways.
That's why she's in the kitchen right now.
He felt like it was going well for the Falcons to try to roll forward.
She is
with that
something
momentum,
else,
but the
man.
lateral shot will be-
Every morning now, I wake up with her in
Waste
here.
the chance.
Like, she spent months not breaking into here, and now she is consistently breaking into here.
But hey,
And at first, I was trepidatious about it because Zeke can be a little bit,
Device walking down long, sets up
sensitive,
for their first
I guess is the word.
into this.
but he's chill with her now, and she doesn't fuck with Gunther, so whatever. If that's what you want to do, lady, that's your happy place.
Oh. Oh,
and he
well,
goes bar for bar. That's
So funny though, she wants to be so
36
snarky with
feet
dude,
left
but
on
then
ring.
she's like in here, like barely knows Zeke from anything. It's like, oh, hello, friend, chill.
doesn't take any Hail Mary shots through smoke.
Maybe she's jealous of how
It's the right
floofy
call, especially
Doodle is.
all that extra damage on Rain.
She's like, I'm the only floofy girl. Only I can be floofy. There's enough floof in this house. We don't need more floof. This Chong is floofy. Kid is floofy. Slavka's floofy. Who else is floofy that I'm missing?
I
think that's Max Floof.
That was stopped by Rain in the process, so he has to double back.
Peavy was supposed to be floofy and then stayed short. This girl's gonna be the tiniest cat in the world.
Push this down early. There's no Molly
Like,
for the
with the
window, so
exception
it could
of
be a
like
risk for
munchkin
the
cats
team.
and dwarf
Gets
cats.
away with it down beneath the window, but they're going to drop utility on top of it. Flush
I don't
Kiyosuke
see her
off
getting
his
more than
position.
like a pound
And that
bigger.
shot on Gisby.
She's so
Mossie's
little.
got cover now, and that offensive
There are so many
device's
gaps
hands
I'm
is
going to
through
need
the
to
window.
fill.
Pistol in hand is enough to get the job done. He knew
For her to be
he
one
had
of the
made that
house.
tag happen on Mossy,
She's
so
been
he
fully
knows
out of
where
her
it
tent now,
starts.
though. Her tent is in there,
Impactful moment
but she
here for
hasn't
the
been
Vice
closed
to
into
cut
it,
that lead from Falcons
like for
down
her
to
little
1.
break time. And I think being with Claudia
It's
is
like
really
this
helping
one
her
gets
with that.
as well.
Like, she just wants a little buddy, which is really, really sweet.
Shot gets missed. It's a kill for Kerrigan, and now
She's less
the
mommy
attack.
dependent when having friends,
Assist here as he
which
goes
is what I was
down.
eventually
Walks
like
on the scene.
ultimately hoping for when
Quick
she would
kill
integrate with the big zoo.
Oh, hesitant as he wants teammates to move on over before he even takes a look at this.
I was
but he
hoping
also
that she would
knocks
kind
him
of
again.
spill over some of her codependence
I
onto
think my
the
only
other
concern with
babies.
100 Thieves in terms of like being optimistic, like Device is not. Astralis Days Device is.
I do think I'm gonna have to have
the most
tents
consistent
everywhere still, though.
Player and just all the shots that he could hit. Sierra he dies right at the end.
I'm trying to do like kids tents though, not like the pop-up crates, because those just take up too much
Great pickup
space.
in the off season.
5-7. 8 damage in front of it. Boy's got a second. Oh, tries to jump in and will rob a third frag over Kyosuke. No cover offered up by Modesty and Nico. Boy, with a bit of a robbery on that one as they just go smashing into this B bomb site. Nico tasked to plant in a moment. Tunnel's arrival is there. The smoke now fades. Oh, missed
Steady
chance.
hand.
Modesty dealt
Steady
with.
hand.
Nico's gonna be swept under the rug. Gisby gets aggressive through the smoke, and it is Boy who gets 3 kills on a very
Swoop.
explosive moment from the Falcons.
Swoop,
One that's gonna cost them around.
That's awesome.
Swoop, swoop,
That's
swoop.
yeah, great look from Boy. And we really haven't talked about them here, guys, but lots of great things to say about them for sure.
Well, I'd like to think I'm not a pirate
I'm barely keeping it.
every day. Some days, yes, but most days, no.
Flash timing's good. Spam as well makes Zero's job all the more awkward. But Boy again with the multi-kill.
I do like the tranquility of paint nights, though. I mean, like, even though there's
immovable.
recapping of violence.
I
Find painting very calming.
Oh, that's a hell of a deagle shot from Nico that'll give Device something to think about and then upgrade over. Get that to
I appreciate that you guys are, at least to my knowledge, pretty chill about painting streams too. I used to paint a little bit in my free time, but I really have no desire to paint like
This is very funny. Like,
outside of stream anymore.
Might even should.
I think it's mostly just because like I think about it, but then I can do so many other productive things with my time. Like I can do laundry, I can do dishes, I can do some training with the dogs, I can do some yard work. Like there's just so many other things that are more justifiable to do.
I'll keep the out. Let me entry.
You are a pirate.
Just listen up.
Yar har fiddly
I'll
dee.
watch it.
What is that from? It's from a cartoon, I think.
Comes back in with the double headshot.
Yeah,
sequence
hi,
to close out. We got a
fiddly-dee.
tie game of 4 rounds all.
Oh my god, it's from Lazy Town. Yeah, do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Dedicate this song to Midnight Dynamite.
You are a pirate. You're our favorite indeed. Being a pirate is a right to be. Do what you want 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate.
Dedicating this song to you and your piracy efforts. Midnight Dynamite.
Oh, locked up with locks. Pirates deep away. We'll dig up the box. We know it's full of precious booty.
I would not have made this mental connection like at all. I never went out of my way to watch this, but my godmother's nephew, her oldest nephew, who was like little at the time, it was 14 fucking years ago, really liked Lazy Town, so it was on a lot in the background. You are a pirate. This is tickling me. You are a pirate. I think this part of the song, though, like the yar har fiddly dee, do what you want because a pirate is free, I think that was memed somewhere. And that's where I came across it. Like, just that snippet. I think it was like on a Vine or something. That's what sticks out to me the most. Now it's wormed its way in even more. Double tunnel.
We're sailing away. Winter waits on every shore. We set sail and explore. And grin and gimp all day. We float on our boat until it's time to drop the anchor. Then hang up our coats until we sail again.
If you love sail the sea, you are a pirate.
It's so cute. You are a pirate. Actually, that reminds me, my coworker was being so cute the other day. I guess she loves sea shanties, and she's been playing the what's it called? The re-released or remastered version of Black Sails Assassin's Creed, I think it was called. Either Black Flag or Black Sails Assassin's Creed. You guys know more about this stuff than I do. I'm not really an Assassin's Creed girly. But she's been playing that new one, and she was so excited. She's like, each time you go through a sea battle, you unlock a new sea shanty, and you get to collect all of them in your inventory, and then listen to them the whole time you're playing it. It was so cute. It was like watching me freak out over stuff that I love in games that's like seemingly pretty redundant, but like just little extra bonuses for no reason, and it was just so cute. She loves sea shanties.
Quad kill.
Learn something new about someone every day. Oh, nice! Are you enjoying it? The sea shanties or the game? Assassin's Creed is a game that I love watching people play, but I do not enjoy playing at all. A girl I was friends with in like grade school and high school would play it a lot. I loved watching her play. My nephew played it a lot. I loved watching him play, but I have no desire to play it myself.
Really looking to make the most of these 4 Glocks. Get a little lot in and sprints. Rain giving the
So like nice and cinematic to watch though. Sea shanties are cool beans. I like them. The sing songs are one of my favorite parts of Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know if those count as sea shanties or not, but
They're just trying to scare him a bit. What a punishment. Natural device is health gone as well.
Yeah, tough one to
I was about to make a very loaded statement.
Go for the dive out now.
In reply to that, if you ever get to your console to kick, you'll stream it. It's about to say, if you play it, she will come. But that sounds dirty. But I would show up and watch. I would grace my eyeballs with the presence of. It's such a pretty game. All of them are so pretty. Like it's watching a movie, like watching them. It's nice.
Another multi-kill. Kerrigan turns it back, and the off chase from Device is fantastic.
I like.
Poi is currently the difference.
If you play it, she will come to your stream.
This game.
Walking the bomb in the front, scout the backdrop.
That just
Nobody's gonna
sounded
overstep his
dirty.
range, just sits underneath the window instead.
Naughty.
Already.
Very naughty.
Of all
I'm
the
Cousin
round
Fred.
boys offered us impact. This one meant to be all the easy.
It's time to do Skin Tone.
2 kills
Skin
already.
tone makes me anxious.
He will find a quad
That's why I
kill
like
and
doing like
shows no
grinchy
signs of
characters or like
stopping.
weird
This is a strong
characters.
side between him.
Not good at mixing skin tones.
Kerrigan tries to get the
You wanna
jump
watch a
on
game
Catwalk
that's a
in the
movie?
The Falcons'
Pray that
final
Kick
attempt on
becomes
the T side.
PS5 available when the next Master
Had to wait
Collection
for
of Metal
guns.
Gear Solid drops. Oh god.
Squander the chance.
I really do wonder when Kick is gonna come out of beta and be like available on console, etc. Like, I know you can cast it, excuse me, to your TV or whatever, but it's not like available as an app yet.
Oh, and he finds just the edge of the smoke to challenge, catching Kisby unprepared. So Device now
I like
has
that they're in
to be
beta because I feel like
sees the approach inbound.
they don't have to have such a strict TOS like Twitch compared to Kick. But as soon as they come out of beta, everything will be a lot more strict, but it will be widely available everywhere, which I feel like is a fair trade-off. Just try to enjoy all the bikini streams that we can do while we can.
It's a ring clutch. And
Before I gotta
between
get a kiddie
these two
pool.
players, 100 Thieves have found so much value on the CT side. What was
Ah,
Falcons'
skin tone
3-0
time.
start?
Is Vampire Scott Pilgrim.
4-round half.
I do kind of wonder if they may never come out of beta.
We witness.
Because there would be, like, in my opinion, some, like, draw and appeal to that.
Talk to poor Flawless.
Because it's, like, rooting for the underdog.
Gives me, though.
That they do.
Gives me with the game.
I love how it is now until it stops working, and then I want to beat its ass.
Certainly enough to test the Falcons.
That's what I say, Eddie, 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 3 times, and try to summon him like Beetlejuice.
Odyssey is
Fix
the one
this.
done down
The
the
app
middle
was
of the tunnel.
glitching hella hard for me earlier.
Do not waste boys' efforts.
Was fuddy-duddying around watching some strims when I was chilling with the kitties.
Still obviously Anubis waiting in the wings.
Now I have the pirate song stuck in my head. Yar har fiddly dee. Do what you want because a pirate is free.
They're all blind action. Here gets that.
Da 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 da. You are a pirate.
Offside currently operating alone. Boy's gonna find it swiftly.
Excuse me.
Pistol here puts 100 Thieves on a
Sleepy
9-4
lady.
lead with economic advantage.
I had an okay amount of sleep last night. I didn't sleep like solidly though. I was anxious about today.
Positions known to 100 Thieves, duels queued up.
Can't
It's gonna
look
fall on
under
0
all of
to
these
4
things.
HP. Catches the little that was left of Tess as Kyosuke.
Too much.
Shot the advantage, and he'll come through swiftly with that shot. Falcons with a CT pistol victory.
I don't have a flesh tone. I have to mix it. Someday he will show up and we'll be amazed. I will be amazed, but I won't be surprised.
Such as things can be versus
Because I used to summon Leo that way, but now Leo's dead,
pistol.
so
This Odyssey shot.
awkward.
Over Kerrigan. Will win the duel towards long at least. That's a big scalp and Boy down, but Odyssey drops empty handed. Nico's able to get to the ramp. Activation here from Rain right out long.
I'm gonna have to mix those two and like
to pull off this 1v2.
just find a way to make it work.
As well. They could line up. Oh, but Tess's MP9 will make the
Tomorrow. Today I had a meeting with my boss to tell him to stop being a stupid fuck. Essentially. Respect my authority. More or less. It was fine. It's not worth writing home about. I rambled a lot about it yesterday, though.
It's a bit of a scramble here for the CPA. They don't control anything right now. They're going to go and get it back, though, right away.
It'll help. Definitely a scramble, but one that works. As they establish man advantage off of the utility and in anticipation of Rain pushing this smoke, Monty's attention drawn back over towards the car cross. 2 kills come through for 100 Thieves. They're still considering the smoke they turns.
It was fine. I need to cut a couple parts out of the VOD and then it'll be up on YouTube.
But at what cost? 2 teammates dead.
It went fine though.
Gizmy flushes him out, but it's gonna be Rain's activation from inside of smoke that costs Falcons dearly.
Oh,
It's
just
just a
mooches for all the
perfect enough.
babies.
It almost felt like Garrett knew he was in there.
Do your thing, King. Do your thing. I do have a lurk button. I think I took down my commands list. Or maybe I just thought about it. I do have a lurk button though. Just chilling.
Trying to test
Just
the water
chilling.
when his head gets
Zeke, you
spotted.
gonna do a
Honestly,
pee-pee?
missing a chance to strike him down.
But if
You
it's
do your
moving
thing
towards
too,
it, actually,
King.
Long push is coming up quickly, but loud at the same time.
Gizmy does
What a
ultimately
shot.
get killed.
I really
Still
thought I
now
had
the
like
rest of
a
the team
peach
trying to cover
one.
that
I don't
distance.
see it though.
Over tunnels held off by Rain. Just enough time to spare. Rain's position now known to Falcons. They're gonna
Should work, though.
Line finds the headshot off to Kyosuke.
Shit.
Such a good flash as well.
Sits him down and cues up Rain's challenge. Now it's a gun offered over, but they still want to take
No,
a
it's
swing
too
at
yellow.
this one. No kid.
He doesn't have
Price comes
jaundice.
back for the catwalk play.
That's too
Gonna
Lello.
Block off all 3 exits.
Just looking to make this one costly.
I have
So
to
you
make
got
it
Gizmy gets
darker,
killed
but then
there. Gets-
lighter.
Oh my goodness, nice shot to SS. That's his 4th. Don't know why I had to throw that in.
Just for good measure.
Staying up with SS.
The note of acceptable buttons to press, the like button is among them. I can agree with that. I can attest to that. It's a good button.
Oh boy.
Okay,
There's a
now
lot of
Scott
CTs coming
Pilgrim
this
did
way as
not
well.
get into the self tanner.
SS guns up.
So we're gonna lighten that up a little bit.
More USP frags out of Kerrigan. Make it make sense. As
What's a
Texas loses
bloop?
the bomb site. The rifle
What is this
gets
bloop you
nothing.
speak of?
The USP 2.
What do you even do here? I mean, this is obviously more difficult for a device who has to go all the way
I
around
was
the map to
amusing
try to-
myself earlier on the grams of Insta. I don't think I have my accounts connected on here. Why are you not auto finding? Of Serena. No, only one Serena. There's only one. Search. Why are you not searching? Stinky butt. Why is it not searching? There we go. Can I pause the story? No. Dang it. Mer. Where do I need to adjust my window to? There. Doodle was in the blue light, and all I could see in my mind was Bloodle. Bloodle. Bloodle, the poodle noodle doodle. And then dogs. Oh, that's the full video. But I couldn't post on Instagram. Blah. Or I couldn't post on Discord. Blah blah. Zoomy boys. Zoom zoom. I think that's better flesh tone. Diesel! Diesel! No zone! That's fleshy. That's the fence. Because, you know, we really missed so much in the last, like, 28 seconds of this. And then Ringo pees. And then it's done. Bloodle. Bloodle, bloodle. 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 I love his face. He's just so... Yeah, it was too big and too high quality. Because my phone's set to record in 4K. So unless I nip something down to a lower quality, then I can do like 40 seconds. Or, because I don't have nitro. Or, I can only do 30 seconds of 4K.
Keeps up the cover, which means now
I've
there's a
learned
chance
myself
to
over the
sit
years.
Nico versus Device out middle. And Device lands his shot. Molotov in front of Monacy. Still, that bomb's got to move. And now with the smoke grenade, it's free to do so.
It was too
uncontested.
chunky.
And Monacy tucks tail and gets out of there. Karen gets double USP kills. All for
Alright,
naught.
I think I like this color.
Ends up being one of those moments that,
We'll see.
you know, for Boy, it's hard to kill him. You have to retake B to do it. He just has to trust that Device knows what to do ultimately, safer out around the map. So
Yeah,
long
I'm
as
satisfied.
He still sees odds.
No kid.
Are you satisfied? I am
Close enough to pull this off. He's
satisfied.
gonna have to catch them by surprise.
Bloop,
And
bloop.
Molotov announces his intentions. Headshots
It
quick.
was too
Gets
chunky.
that second one instantly. And he's trying to hunt him down, but time's playing against Monacy, and he just looks to depart in the end. Devices up,
In
dealt
the
with, and that'll
end,
be a
it
round
doesn't
for 100
even
Thieves,
matter.
to the scoreboard, costing Monacy his life. Nice patient play there from Device to guarantee the round win. Trying to find a solution to the onslaught, but testing through mid doors goes Zira. No hesitation here for 100 Thieves on the
I feel like
approach.
Nitro is just a waste for like what I use Discord for. The only thing that it would benefit me with would be like posting long ass videos. Which, do I need to post long ass videos? No. Anything that I post that's long, that's worth sharing, is already gonna go on Instagram, and I can just link that shit.
Final nail in the coffin. That would mean man disadvantage.
It's pointless.
By 100 Thieves.
I'm sure there's other benefits to having it, but it's just not something that I feel like I need. I had it for a month free like a couple of years ago, and I didn't do anything with it. It was pointless. And you do like extra customization things on your profile and stuff, and it's not MySpace. I don't need to do that.
2 kids on the play here for the Falcons.
I see the draw, but it's just not for me. He has hands. Ah.
Incendiary goes over. We've got Molotov chucked out by Monacy.
Anything awesome that I post to the zoo also goes on Instagram anyway, so it doesn't matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
Misses his timing and 100 Thieves
Baby, what you doing?
unexpectedly
Oh.
shutting down this Dust 2 in convincing fashion.
I mean, it's a bit
Blarg.
much to ask for consistency for a team like them. I mean,
He has
with
an arm.
Gideon and all their players, I mean, 1 week practice, not even
About to have 2 arms. You go, Scott Pilgrim.
Those problems compound on a map where Falcons are again very comfortable on. I
Woo.
think they could have picked this. They could have played Dust 2 and maybe should have won, but even without pistols, it's incredible. Makes it even more impressive what 100
It's a
Thieves
cute.
did back on
You
Dust
got
2.
2 arms.
Sat back. Support right behind him. We'll see if Falcons jump the gun and run into what is now still the last 2 players of 100 Thieves.
In the background, I kind of want to do. I don't want to do words in them, but I want to do like the superhero dialogue shapes. Like the funny little like pointy clouds of like boom, pow, ka-chow.
Shadow in that regard.
Yeah.
I want to do like that and then layer colors around it maybe. I'll draw it out with a pencil and see how I like it after it dries. But I don't think I want to put words in it because there's already like so much words here. It would be too busy. But I think that would be kind of cool looking. Thank you. I like painting. It's fun. I don't do it very often, but when I do, I enjoy it.
Okay.
Sometimes.
He's got an ear. A cute little ear.
Really dig deep to believe in the Falcons.
Damn.
Ozzy finds Sierra to kick off this next one. The second gun round for 100 Thieves. Nets them 2 losses to the B site. Bomb's already in. And it is going to be a swift call to action.
He's gonna have weird shaped ears because I'm going to redo all the little detail outlines.
Gets his first kill.
Got like little monkey ears right now. Curious Scott Pilgrim George.
And Monacy can come and get you kills like that on the site. Yeah, it's over. Already hard enough to defend. That one's quick and easy.
I mean, I don't want to have to redo his eyebrows though, so let's be careful.
Straight to the point, huh?
Be
Part
mindful,
about it,
be
Lucas, and I think
thoughtful.
why it was on notice.
Thoughtful.
Just that.
I don't paint very often, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Happen to.
I mean, that used to be one of my favorite paint companions too.
And he's not down 10-0 start here. for
Or
Ryan.
my dearest darling girl, Stella Artois. I have a couple paintings around the house that I've done.
Okay, here's a flush.
Sit down with a little drinky
Front of the ball, a little bit dangerous now.
and just
See if
bloop
he's
bloop
going
bloop
back.
bloop 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 bloop.
Really dangerous, in fact.
Just sat on the ankle, insta kill Sierra.
And he kept falling.
Just an MP9 stuck behind the column.
I never studied art.
Taken down.
I took a semester of art class in high school, but like that doesn't count.
Looking like a bunch of butter sticks.
Yeah.
I never
They
studied
just
art
fall
though.
apart
I think you're
inside the
thinking of
box
someone
again
else.
and again and again. The Falcons have had their way with every single bomb site they've chosen to attack, and they've kept it fresh in both directions. Hell, even sprinkling in mid plays.
Very good ones at that. Odyssey still yet to die.
I'm just a decent copycat. It's like the same thing with music. I never really like learned too much about music,
Walking across the bridge is gonna
like reading notes and whatnot. But if I hear something, I can I can't play it perfectly, but I can figure out mostly how to play it. If I can see something like a reference, I can figure out mostly how to do my own version of it.
Yeah,
Like it won't be perfect, but
get back to
the Aussie days. Got shot out.
I'm just good at being a copycat.
Vice gets his first. Yep, saw him there.
And advantage collected. And at 25 seconds, Falcons are going to just go sprinting back to the B side. It's a bit of a Hail Mary moment. One of the
He
less
lost already.
convincing positions they've been in.
It's the only thing I've studied, the art of copycatting.
Vice is off, collects another kill on Kerrigan, and then running fast into the flank. Opens the door for Boyd to
I
clean
never
up. So
studied
we
art,
finally get
though.
Falcons in a spot where they feel like they're kind of scrambling for a position and not totally in control.
I have a high amount of admiration for people who've gone to art school and studied art and like developed their craft and are truly talented. Like I love looking at art. Like my friend that I mentioned earlier, she did a couple of art shows. 2 of them were at Reggie's Rock Club, and it was the coolest layout ever. I loved it. There are a couple pieces of hers and others that I bought while I was there. I took an art class in high school, but like that's not
But he helped.
studying art. I took a semester of art.
He lost
I don't think
control, hard
that
to turn down.
that translates
45, it's a scary spot here to see.
to ow.
Team Falcons
Studying
decide
art.
to jump the gun, and
I do remember saying you saying that you went to art school though.
E-box smoke fades. Nico sent back towards.
And
the
to reiterate, I give you a lot of credit for that.
Device. Won't waste the bullets. Finds the headshot.
There's a lot to be said about like fine tuning and honing in on a skill.
Sitting on 74 health. Josuke and Nico now stepping into the crossfire, and it's going to be Kisby to make the difference. He'll get his kills by the end of the round.
Scott Pilgrim Two-Face right now.
Off the platform. Falcons had 13 of the 20, or sorry, 14 of the 21 opening duels, and still lost that game in a total blowout fashion. What the heck?
I don't really have much desire to be good at things. I just desire to enjoy them.
Make it make sense.
Which again, maybe that's lazy. Or maybe it's just choosing peace.
Tries to swap out M4's.
Ow, I made my eye water.
Control device opening up a smoke to try to catch them on the cross. Looking to just dump that utility as he's concerned about the waterways. Gizby's just
Like,
gonna push
choked my
straight up
own
to the
spit.
temple. No concern.
I love it.
He will take away the man advantage.
How can the body be like so stupid to let you do that? How do you choke on your own spit?
Still making moves across.
I've always wondered like how that's
Pretty
possible.
far removed
How
from
does
this
your body
first
not
one.
know
He's gonna
better?
have to jump into the water, make a ton of noise. Oh wait,
They didn't hear it.
nah, they're in the middle of their retake, so they're just moving this one forward. And Nico, you'd think he's assuming he's been hurt, but that's not the case. They do turn in time. Defuse coming through. He sticks it. Kiss me in the middle of Monacy and Nico, in the midst of the hailstorm of bullets, will get 100 Thieves a third round win.
Another big shout out to Gizme for
I
sneaking
didn't
that
look,
one
Seeky.
through.
Did you pee? I saw him in the litter box, but I didn't pay attention to what he was doing.
Yeah, they're ready to split out.
Boy, happy for the
Duel
duel.
gets dropped.
awkward at 30 seconds. You've got a player stuck on jail. Smoke will deny that angle, but Device is going to open it. Tessa still not moving. Locks in what is now the secured post plant. Monacy shapes Boy off the plate just as that smoke was about to go back up. And it comes a nade out of Nico. Monacy collecting rain.
Oh, he did.
On the
Okay,
flank.
good job.
Turns his attention right
Good
back
job.
to the Will find
GG,
Gizzy as
Zeke.
well. This is Monacy, all 3 kills in the round.
I think
for
that's true for
Falcons.
most things.
All of them
Just
in
study the
post plant.
fundamentals and go from there.
As they try to set themselves up for the retake, he'll give Device a freebie over top.
There's really nothing I can think of that anyone can learn.
So he does.
That you don't start at the fundamentals and go from there.
Out of Monacy. Didn't miss a bullet. Falcons looking to round out this half nicely.
I want to fill in all the little white spots, and then I think we're done with him for tonight, so that he can dry. And then next time we'll redo his outlines and maybe some of the background, and then he'll be done.
Point is going to get deleted. 7 and 10 is his final score. In this
I just don't want to have to
half.
try to remix like the same skin tone all over again, because that's gonna be a lot.
Nothing wrong there.
A lot of swallowing and breathing has to be both consciously and subconsciously controlled so we can eat and talk. Fair.
Now numbers strong into the A line.
Making the body run on too many cylinders at one time.
They're stomping their approach and sending
Overload, overload. Choke on your own spit.
For their efforts. He's got a teammate to work with.
Gotta crawl before you can walk, before you can run, before you can hop, skip, and jump, before you can do backflips.
Rain second guessing it, thinking maybe he was gonna have to help out Device. Instead, it opens a door for Tessess to clean.
I'm gonna have to
house.
redraw his nose. I
By
painted over
Monacy
most of
as
it.
the op in this
Oopsies.
post plant yet again shows its value. And unfortunately for Gizmy, tiptoeing his way into an impossible 1v4. Smoked off on arrival. Falcons decide to
On the plus side, where I've painted over his eyebrows, it like gives them more of like a bushy texture instead of just being like straight like mine are. And I like that. I think it looks nicer. Happy accidents. Happy little trees. Happy little eyebrowsies. I want to do a paint along to Bob Ross one day. I think that would be fun.
Puts up performances like these, a 17 kill half from the young Opper.
I did that a few times when I was younger, but I would always get like bored and then move on because no attention span child.
Bunch of teams have not made this easy for themselves. Want to see a driving force? What this
Big
time?
man.
He gets distracted. by
Anything
the
else I
device
can paint
that's
over. I
in,
just don't want to
Zero
remix
comes through with
skin
2 kills
tone.
and a pistol. Rain's
Because
gonna
it won't be
surpass
the
him on
same.
accepted entry into the B-bomb
He's got like a
sentence.
muted
Doesn't
face
feel
and
like
monkey
Falcons are gonna be able to
ears.
stop this one, so they'll have to wait for their
I do like his bushy old man eyebrows.
They did get 2v4'd on a dusty pistol, just say that.
My dad scares me with his old man eyebrows. Like they're not wild looking, but he'll literally sit and watch like golf or football and just like go like this and take a pair of kitchen scissors and trim them. It's like you can't see what you're doing. How do you know what you're doing? You have scissors on your face. What are you doing, sir? He's done that my entire life and it sketches me out. At least he doesn't do that for his nose hairs and ears hairs though.
It would be insane.
No kid.
Those there's a trimmer for.
100 Thieves take a 4th round win. It'll set themselves up
Done
for
some of those
a
Bob
chance
Ross
at
paint
T-side
parties.
comeback.
Oftentimes wine and cheese was
This game
involved.
is gonna be
Aww.
interesting, so we're all cheering for that.
That sounds like fun as a group project. Just enough wine so you don't care what you're painting.
One of the 100
Just enough
teams.
wine and cheese to get to the calm zen level of Mr. Baba Ross. His story is actually really sad. I think it was Netflix that had a documentary about him and like
Now things
how
are gonna
none
get
of what he did was
interesting. It's a
owned by
3-round
him.
game, 100
There's a cool
Thieves
time lapse I saw
first round on the CT side.
somewhere in the last couple of weeks too, where like there's kind of a conspiracy theory, but it tracks that he was painting like a journey through all of the scenes all at once. I wonder how I would find this. Bo Ross. Bo Rich. continuity. Time lapse. His paintings were all a journey to one spot called finding yourself.
Let me show you one.
This was
crazy
so
thing I've been
cool.
doing up here.
Here, let me put this better. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Good day. Today, I've taken a crazy campus here. Double prime.
Good old Bo Riss. It's the southern Bob Ross. Bo Riss. It's just so cool. Like, whether it's a coincidence or not, like, it all comes together perfectly. I like this song. I could watch this like all day long. It's so visually stimulating. It really does like look like you're going on a hike though. Like the continuity is beautiful. No. His hair is always so round and like AI biddies. Anything that's like yassified from not the original footage, like it's been filtered over. His afro is so like it's perfectly round. It's like a poodle BBL. It's perfect. It's perfectly
Very
round.
Convincing fashion. Back-to-back headshots out of Rain. Ba, ba.
Bah, bah.
The lovely 400 Thieves if they can keep everything up here. Rain's not going to slow down. He will collect a third kill this round alone.
I didn't put my reference. I moved the source and now I can't find it.
Volatile Yosuke quad kill for Rain and a 3-round game. I just fail to believe that FaZe even in that
Oh,
game
that was so
like a
cool
60
though.
bounty.
That's so creative if that is true.
I think 60 is
Like
what?
your mind is working on a whole other level. It's very impressive.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Pistol finds one. It's never going to be smooth sailing. I can promise you that. Falcons will put up a fight. Kerrigan in the smoke.
Hey, you're making me doubt the validity of the poodle BBL.
Sierra.
No, it was real. I saw a similar groom on an American Eskimo on my timeline the other day.
5-7, now a man advantage. Kyosuke's got 1 point.
It was the same butt, but the body was like normal. But the butt was
Comes through. Kerrigan grabs the gun. Now the
squishy.
second rifle in the mix.
Squishy.
Wide swing gets traded by Kerrigan. Now it's going to be Point's problem.
I'm just gonna go over the lines for his arms and then
He's got
go
the
back
Kerrigan
over them.
kill secured. It's
for the
Nico with
outline.
14 HP.
I don't want to mix this color again.
A 10-second defuse.
It won't be the same.
Distance between him and that bomb. Will he anticipate
I have that
a
song stuck in my
10-second
head.
defuse? Well, right now it's
But
Nico
better that than the
sticking
pirate
it.
song.
So Point
Maybe,
goes
I don't know.
down.
The pirate
He
song
finds
is still
the headshot.
cute.
100 Thieves 7.
Yar
Comes
har
at a
fiddly dee.
cost. The Falcons feeling the squeeze, look to get active on the bridge. Gizmy just gave
Feeling
up
the
angle.
squeeze.
Device
A
remains
squeeze me.
This is his chance to strike one down, but Gizmy
A
finds
squeeze
the
you.
headshot and damage on top of it. You're not going to get away. 5v3 versus guns yet again in an attempt to tie this game.
You are kidding.
It's a slow approach over to the A side as Falcons get active on B. Kerrigan going to be left to his own devices. No teammate nearby.
God, we did pretty good.
You
We
would
fought
have to
hard.
be the
Fought
hero
valiantly.
versus 4. Execute over top.
I'm just
It's
loving
only
the
well
brutality.
It's gonna go down empty-handed. Not one casualty for 100 Thieves to have to stomach. In
Level 55. Dang.
Losing Nuke is one thing, but
A round of applause for you.
and then potentially a
Oh, where is it? Oh, there's like unlocking emote rewards now.
Honesty's first kill. The
I
second
think I
half
saw.
in just this attempted save.
Maybe not because it's been less than.
9-all.
Shut up. Mute. No. On the home page, if you go up in the right hand corner, you can unlock like an emote. It's claim a daily reward. And you get emotes and badges out of a crate, which is a cute little feature. And I'm liking this, but I'm also like kind of annoyed. I feel like it's very lazy because gamification was like huge about 10 years ago, and the concept still exists like within game and everywhere else. Like it's nice to get free little things everywhere, but I feel like Kick's main focus right now is gamifying every little bit of everything, which is cool. You're adding fun new features for everyone, but I think they're going a little bit too hard about it. I got wide hypers. It's a blue one, which is rare, 12%. Woo! That's cool, though. I kind of like that feature, but I'm also, like, not too happy that the main focus has been on gamification when I feel like they can do a lot more.
Unless Nico cuts him off before he gets there.
Drop out, man.
I'm conflicted on how I feel about the vast amount of gamification that they've been implementing. Like, it's nice, but like you could put effort into so many more other things. You have to watch a stream for 30 minutes for it. Oh, okay. I thought it just comes up like every 24 hours once you log in, like a login reward kind of.
I mean, eventually they just
It's
got nothing else to watch. Bombs Planet open
Very
for
smart of them.
them. AK to get picked up.
I feel like for half of people though, that would just, excuse me, like implement tab culture.
That doesn't mean they can forego being proactive at the same time, but what's the idea?
But that's coming from my currently mostly chronically offline existence.
Gives me fragging out for the first one. Nico's got the answer.
Up goes down, he'll pick it up.
Pulls back with the sniper. Rain takes a quick look over smoke, sees nobody up on Fountain.
We've seen a lot of default victories out of 100 Thieves that have been just like the tactics to get
Alright,
the
I
kills
think
and turn
his
into
skin
sight
is
takes.
all covered
Not
with
the longer,
0
more
white
drawn-out
spots.
defaults.
Woo! Now we just have outline
They
work.
come forward with full exact.
On the next episode of Serena TV,
Kyosuke is looking to be the interruption for this half of it, but it's Device and Rain on the attack.
every 24 hours you can watch a stream for the reward. Dang! I think watching your own stream counts, because I didn't watch anyone's stream on here today. And I still got a reward.
And Rain's gonna go right back at it.
I got participation points for showing up and existing, I guess.
Got him blind, and so the retake's on. It's gonna be the kit on Nico. But Nico's still playing with that off that he picked
Alright,
up.
we are
off
done
of
for
Odyssey.
tonight.
There's rifles to swap out here behind Tess.
I don't know, maybe I do want to do like, if I do large splotches, but then like small letters, maybe I do want to do like boom, pow, chow.
One's peeking.
Nobody bites. Tess hits the headshot point back.
I'm
into
happy
cover.
with him so
Nico's
far,
gonna
though.
try to chase this down, as that kick could still pull it off, but no sir,
I like.
and no save. 100 Thieves, 2 rounds from the upset.
And he'll also, did he get the off in the end?
Switched up just in
I
time.
like.
Pulled it out at key
Just gotta
junctures within that
redo the
Corona
outline.
Major victory.
Bloop bloop.
And yet today versus Gizmy and his game plan.
Scott
They can't seem
Pilgrim.
to put brakes on it for even one
They're not
round. Nico
watching
just sent
you.
down into the pack, dies empty-handed.
Watching me. Well, actually, maybe they are. But they're not watching me, watching me.
Looking for the closing moment.
He
now.
cute.
Great
I want to
still
set him over here, but Zeke was climbing under there
happily
earlier,
one
so
for
I'm
one
gonna
with a
bop
player
him
like
up over
Nico.
here. I'm like really proud of that. After not painting for like a year,
Approaches. They're ready to push in.
it turned out decent. Like way better than I expected.
Gizmy's got the trade. Again,
It's very
call upon his
trepidatious about
individual level
putting this
when you
together.
need it. Molotov for Carrigan,
Turned
but
out
was
decent.
away with the corner. Otis getting, I mean, you'd never think Gizmy would
It's just
clear
a few
this.
minutes left. All it took was 2 counter strikes to level up on painting.
It's just Kerrigan over here.
Decent.
Incendiary even smaller, so he's getting away with this.
Decent.
Though at the same time keeps considering long side. Bomb dropped in front of him. As that fire just never spreads wide enough, but Rain is a part of this. And as the bomb gets set ablaze, Rain closes the
I
distance
am
into Kerrigan.
satisfied.
Almost slipped behind line, but the upshot out of Odyssey clips Rain's wings
My poor
perfectly.
brush cup
And at 30
is so
seconds, Boy Star
messy.
does too.
It's
Has to
a
somehow try to pull off this clutch
yogurt
in the
cup.
first of 3 match points.
I feel like yogurt cups get used for paint so much.
Holds the line in the sand and delivers 3 critical kills.
How to find that one spot.
Even in like grade school, I remember the art teacher asking us to bring in washed out yogurt cups to use to mix paint. Which makes sense when there's like a shit ton of kids using things, but here I am, just one human, and I'm still using a yogurt cup.
Kerrigan's gonna hang on, gets the assist, Gizmy activates out towards middle, but what more can they do? He's gonna try to put that squeeze on Temple and found out by Finn. Another multi-kill from the Falcons in-game leader. Back-to-back triples from Kerrigan.
His name is Kerrigan, thank you very much.
Just when you need him. And with 15 seconds, there's going to be no chance here for Rain.
Falcons in-game leader, Pshaw.
It's another attempt up that
Pshaw.
It's another move towards this B site, but it is Kerrigan himself to hold the line.
Sure these are closed and won't dry out. Bloop bloop.
Heavy utility usage to get them closer towards mid. Met by CT presence. Montese's off, but waits, and the frag grenade finds good chip damage. Device tiptoeing into this line.
Slap
It's
it,
gonna be
bop
dropped
it,
by Montes.
tap it, pass
He's got
it.
a teammate up front, and right there for Gizmy to get the response back. He takes damage from Nico.
Put the rest of that away in a
Smoke over to
second.
the B
I want to
side.
see.
Josuke's got play. And as Gizmy will look to yet again inch his way out middle, the rest of 100 Thieves still stuck stagnant outside this B site.
But they do have
They're stuck, step bro.
Kerrigan has been the solution 2 rounds back to back with his triple kills, and soon to be called on again. Sarah from long, Rain from inside E-Box, and Gizmy moving his way back from middle, looking to join up alongside Rain, whose entries have dried up now. Josuke's got the cover of the bomb site, still carrying to work. But it's gonna be Gizmy himself to move it forward. Kerrigan still managing to hang
I
on.
know how it
And
ends.
So Sarah's
I
1v3's got a bit of space.
want an
between him and the
alternate
next challenge.
universe
Enough
ending.
space to get away with the bomb plant. It's a gun up for Sierra. Heart pounding. Off one. Get away!
They add more hieroglyphics,
With the robbery of the season.
like to the map videos.
CT Pro.
I don't feel like it used to be that detailed.
Josuke's got play. And as Gizmy will look to yet again inch his way out middle,
Maybe with the last update.
still stuck stagnant outside this B site.
but they do have E-Box.
Kerrigan has been the
It looks like there's a lot more on there
solution
than
2
there used to
rounds
be.
back to back with his triple
Maybe
kills.
I'm wrong. I don't
And
know.
soon to be called on again.
It looks more detailed though.
Sarah from long, Rain from inside E-Box, and Gizmy moving his way back from middle, looking to join up alongside Rain, whose entries have dried up now. Josuke's got the cover of the bomb site, still Kerrigan to work with, but it's going to be Gizmy himself to move it forward. Kerrigan still managing to hang on, and so Sierra's 1v3's
He's pretty.
got a bit of space between him and the next challenge.
I think they did add more
get
to
away
it.
with the bomb plant. It's a gun up for
I
Sierra.
wonder.
Heart pounding, off one, get away! And 100 Thieves,
Ah.
robbery of the season, eliminate your Cologne Major champions.
Oh my
Gizmy
goodness.
is a steal.
Well, I guess we just have to play some Star Wars now. Now that Counter-Strike is over. We get to be Sithy tonight. Get Sithy. Get Sithy. I can't stay with you. I don't leave my house. And you can't visit me. I'm just a concept. I'm not actually real. The AI has taken over. I'm just a concept. I don't actually exist. In some people's minds, anyway. Beep! I nuke my coffee a little bit. And throw this back in the fridge. I'm gonna savor my treat. Actually, I want it for a lot of tomorrow, because I have a lot to do tomorrow. I want the matcha energies. Sharina Hulk is coming into the chat tonight. Fucking knockoff R2-D2 looking ass. Arrgh! It's so ugly. I hate it.
Just hate it. It's so ugly. It's the emote you just got. Oh my god. It's very like Jabba the Hutt vibes. What do they call them? Collectibles people fat. I think he's Jabba. It's PB's grandfather. Jabba the Honey's grandfather. Jabba the Hutty. Jabba the Peepo. I need to stop. Pippi's looking at me like, you didn't forget about dinner, did you, Mom? No. I did not. It's just late dinner because they had late breakfast today. Late dinner last night. Probably wake up around like 7 tomorrow, so they get like 8 tomorrow. We'll schedule back, feed them earlier in the evening. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever your babies want it to be. It is choose your own adventure. And thank you guys for taking the time to be here tonight. And pull up some Star Wars. Did you guys know when I click along like that, I'm actually doing the Nickelodeon song? Nick, 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 Nick. Nickelodeon. That's what I hear in my head while I'm in. Serena fun facts. Oh no, she disappeared. Oh no, she's back. Peepo the Hut. Peepo the Honey. Pardon. 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 I don't know why I want this. Like, I guess monkey in the middle. Monkey in the middle. I don't know if it's properly aligned. No. Small game today. Small game sesh, small game. Probably play for like an hour though. I want to use some of my power-ups. Should probably find a vendor for her too. I don't know, that's the PlayStation capture card. Okay. We haven't console gamed like in months. I miss it. Feel deprived. Didn't know there was a Nickelodeon song. I don't know how old it is. We only had cable TV for a couple years when I was in like, I think when I was in 2nd grade. We replaced the carpeting and got cable TV. Which the carpeting still exists. Cable TV was gone in like 2 years. I think my dad like got a deal or something and then it expired and he was like, yeah, I'm not paying for this. What year would 2nd grade have been? $2000s? Not 200, so not that old.
Nick, 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 Nick. Nickelodeon. Nick, 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 Nick.
That was the classic bumper from the 80s to the 90s. So maybe I'm remembering it from the Neighbor Kids, because the neighborhoods had cable. Nick, 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 Nickelodeon.
Nick, 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 Nick. Nickelodeon.
It's the simple pleasures in life. Still isn't aligned properly. I'm such a stickler about that. Make it perfect. Still not perfect. My villain origin story. Alright, that's as close as I'm getting with it. I give up. You probably did hear it. It just didn't lodge into your brain like autistically like it did into mine. Still on chapter 1. The Heart of Terror. Heart of Terror. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. I just keep coming up with things to get stuck in my head tonight. Locate the drop point. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. So we want to go to wherever we fly from. Where are you, fly people? All the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy. Na 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 na. Maybe somewhere over here. No, he's a specialist. I only see those IRL. I got nervous. I saw a Sith Master, and then I forgot that we were Sithy. Get Sithy. Get Sithy. Where is your transport? Is it up top? Watch, it's gonna be up top. I'm short. Why must everything be so tall? It's not okay. Oh no, he's over here. Okay. Speeder. Speeder, speedy. Oh wait, is there a vendor over here? Sentinel, medical. No. I feel like it's only in like the ship port biddies, if I remember correctly, that I remember seeing the vendor. The Assassin's Fortress. Can't escape the Assassin's Creed. Can't escape. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. Look at that cape flying in the wind. What power-ups do we have? Complimentary major experience boost. 3 hours? No, that's waste. 60 minutes? Can I do that while in a vehicle? Well, why the fuck not? I'm just shitting around, wasting my time riding around. Come on now. Let's increase some valor. Can she have a vibro sword, or am I keeping that for stupid reasons also? Well, let's do that one too. Why am I saving an orb? Okay. Over it. It's me just assuming we're gonna battle someone at some point. In general, that way direction, where there's fucking nothing. Let's go. Fight some sandworms. Like slouching, I need to sit up. Oh, my back popped. That felt good. It felt very good. The infinite dissection. I read that as disassociation first. Fight me. Fight me, bitch. Fight me. Maybe able to give the sword to your companion. Oh, maybe.
I forgot who's. Oh, Vector's my companion here. He's like a fun little saber situation. Like, not lightsaber situation. Although Baudar uses a lightsaber. We'd probably give it to Baudar for. I probably could have with the other character. Stalker Rill. It's just what we call an unruly member of the internet. Fire! Fire in the hole! That bitch slapped him. Annihilated. Get some credits. Some med packs. I don't know if I want to shove anything down there or not. Not yet, I guess. It's not entirely necessary at the moment. Why is my hair so fluffy? It was not this fluffy when stream started. It does look a little bit blonder in the light, like as it moves from my blue shampoo yesterday, though. It like stained my fingernails. More so on this hand, because I pour the shampoo into my left hand with my right hand. Stained my fingernails blue. It's not just like goop stained. It's very pigmented. I wonder what it would do to my hair if I left it in for like 10 minutes to soak instead of just like a couple minutes. Usually I just leave it in while I'm scrubbing the rest of me, and then I rinse it out. I'm kind of hesitant to like leave shampoo and just soak though. I have purple conditioner that I've let soak, but shampoo dries out your hair. I'm gonna bleach my head again soon. One, my roots are terrible, and two, I like this color, but I'm over it. It's not the ultimate end goal. I gave myself blonde FOMO after going through my Instagram last night. I'm like I was thinking about it when I was driving home today, and I'm justifying like leaving the bleach on twice as long like I used to. It's like, no, you shouldn't do that, but I also want to. So really only supposed to leave it on what I used for like 30 minutes, but maybe I'll leave it on for like 45 this time. And then just super deep condition after. Fire! 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 It's the little things in life, you know? Stop zapping me. That's not nice. Meow, meow, meow. Keep the hair nice and not brittle, right? That's like my issue with justifying leaving the bleach on longer this round, though. It's like the trade-off is I've let my hair rest so much and I've been so nice to it that like I can abuse it a little bit just for fun, right? No, I don't know. Either I'll leave the bleach on extra or I'll do an extra round of box dye. It's where I do box dye after the bleach to like really bring out the blonde more. And then I really just need only one more box dye and then bleach touch up roots like a month after. Well, excuse me, are we in battle? I guess so. He's funny looking. He makes me laugh. He's the great-great-grandfather to Loaderbot. Ooh, what do you have? You're purple. Casino chip. Is that like a special event going on in the game right now? Why are we getting casino chips? And where do you want me to go within here? Who has something purple over their head? I don't see anyone with purple over their head. Just a general that away direction. Straight on through to the other side. Oh, you drama llama. You drama llama. All you are drama llamas. Vector, why did you run over there? I love having a companion, but God, is it so fucking annoying that they just like do whatever they want. I probably shouldn't have been so close to that. I meant to move backwards. I thought I was just targeting it, not actually hitting it yet. Oops. Thursday, so tomorrow will be an earlier stream because I have to be up for Friday. So maybe I'll bleach my hair tomorrow after stream and then just let it sit in while I'm eating dinner and stuff. Because I just throw my hair up at work. So it won't matter if it's a little bit crunchy looking. Where did the gift go? Oh, there. Such a weird looking thing. Sterilized rat ghoul. He got neutered. Oh, the drop point is the box. It's not a person. Okay, now I see. Round and around and around we go. Where does she stop? Nobody knows. Actually, we do all know. We stop at the box. The boxy, you see? Oh, the food that I wanted to make. One of them sounds like boxy. And I kind of made a fool of myself, but thankfully my coworker understood the reference when I said it out loud because she told me what the food was and it's called box tea. And I said, "Oh, it's boxy, you see?" And then I felt like a fool, but then she understood what I was saying, thankfully. There's two things that I want to make. Her family is very German, so they make a lot of German food, which, oh my god, I love German food. And she's been sharing some really cool stuff with me lately. Let's see. Box tea was one of them. They're like latkes. You make them out of mashed potatoes. I guess these are Irish, not German, but she's Irish also. They're just potato pancakes, but you make them out of day-old mashed potatoes. It looks really, 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 really good. Excuse me. Well, maybe that's the Irish way of making it then. Finely grated raw potatoes and served fried. Because she said her family makes them out of day-old mashed potatoes. And then, what was the other one? Spatzel. Which I had heard of, but I had never actually, like, looked for it before. I thought of making it. I want to make spatzel. But potato-based, not egg-based. Oh, she would know how to say this. I don't know how to say this. Oh, so it'd be the word I can't say. She called it spatzel, though. Oh, they're like lady fingers, but made out of potato. Like what you use for the leftover dough with pierogies, you make lady fingers, like you just fry the dough, and it is what it is, but you roll them up like that. Ooh, like mushy French fries. Type of dumpling or thick noodle in southern German, Austrian cuisine. Similar to European kopcha. Kopchika? Kopchika? I don't think I'm saying that right. An Italian gnocchi. She did say it's a lot like gnocchi, so I think this is the right thing that I'm looking for. It looks so good. Might want to try and make this on stream soon. Maybe latkes too, since if we're already fucking with potatoes, we might as well fuck with more potatoes. Dude, I miss popcorn so much. I can't eat popcorn anymore. It doesn't agree with me. And I miss popcorn. Which I never really, like, cared one way or the other about popcorn. But I really started to enjoy it as a snack, like, a handful of years ago. But I never really craved it for anything. And now that I can't eat it, I always want popcorn. If I so much as smell something salty, I'm like, popcorn. Like, I can't eat it. You like potato pancakes? I love latkes. I love latkes a latka. Schumpfnoodle? What? Oh, the how to say it. I'm gonna have to ask her for the pronunciation. She speaks very fluent German. She took it in high school, and her family speaks a lot of German, so she's, like, excellent at it. And I cannot. We actually have a dog that comes in, a German Shepherd. No. Why did you all just respawn, you fuck asses? Goddamn son of a bitches. But the dog only only responds to commands in German, which is really cool. But the guy says sit wrong. And I don't remember the wrong or the right way to say it. I'll look it up in a second. In the safety corner. Yeah, you get him, Vector. I think it's shit. No, I'm not even trying to say it. Sitzen, but the guy says Sitzen. So he's telling the dog to sit, but like wrong. The guy says Sitzen, but it's Sitzen. And it's funny. I'm bemused by it. We're both bemused by it. Excuse me. Shocker. Was almost just rocking out instead. Sheesh. Sheesh. You guys just in a little standoff over here. Satan Z. I'll take your word for it. I don't speak German. I'm just using my best efforts to remember how she said it and how he said it wrong. Like, the only German I know is from Wolfenstein, and I don't think that's repeatable in public settings. Right, to the box. To the drop point. Conceal yourself in cargo crate. Satan Z is the command. Wait, soft eye or hard eye? Psi or Si? Psi like cryogenics or Si like sit down and shut the fuck up. I'm in a box. I'm in a box. His eyes all like blacked out. Jesus. Get in the box. Get in the box. Get in there. I mean, I'm assuming that we're supposed to do that. I probably should have looked at like the mission instructions, but it's too late. I'm in a box now. I don't remember the order I said them in. Si, not Psi. Satan Z. So the guy must say it the opposite way. I've now jumbled up all of the sounds in my mouth. I took it too far. I went over the line. Over the line. Out of the box. Out of the box. We have to locate the old man. I love this mission. Tatooine is the home of the Ghost Salad training program for terrorists specializing in stealth, infiltration, and assassination. With the help of Maya Hawkins, a former cell member, you finally located the cell's base of operations. Access the Ghost Cell's village from the drop point in the Dune Sea and find the Ghost Cell's leader, the Old Man. Once you've located him, confront him and neutralize the Ghost Cell's threat. Excuse me. My excitement is exhausting. Apparently. Let's go see the old man! I like this mission. It's a good mission. My admission is that it is a good mission. Bloop, 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 bloop. With small hands, it's hard to 1 in 6 with one hand. Jeez. Little baby witch hands. You made a funny sound. The old man rescue or old man assassination? I don't really know. From the description, it sounds like once you've located him, confront him and neutralize the Ghost Cell's threat. So it doesn't say neutralize the old man, but he is the old man is the Ghost Cell's leader. So it's like up for interpretation. I'm a Sith. I'll find a way around it. We got this. Maybe I'll just break his heart. And that's the Sith way. I could, but I don't like 2 as much as 1. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It's not really all about the efficacy of the attack for me. It's like how much I like how it is visually. And that's not really like a great way to play, but I have now confessed this to you all, and now everyone knows, so. It's the aesthetic of it all. Like my fucking stupid ass outfit. I hate it. Like an R2-D2 that droid morphed instead of anamorphing into a Sith girl. It's whack. It's whack, I tell you. Pepe! Give me like half hour, 45 minutes, and then dinner. Mom wants to game a little bit. Some water. I don't know really what I'm looking for over here, but something. The old man? Question mark. You're a sniper. Why are you so close? Form over function is a choice. That's true. It is a choice. It's probably not the best choice, but it's still a choice. It's called having free will, baby! Ah, wrong way. There are probably a few forms of free will that I should not have or be implementing, but hey. The old man! Hey, hubby. Is he actually an old man? I want to see it. I want to see what it looks like. I mean, he looks like he's very gray, but he still looks young. He doesn't look old enough. Like he needs more wrinkles. He needs more of like a hunch. He walks too well. Mia? I don't know.
Not dying. Look after yourself. Hey, old man.
Sound like you're dying. Excuse me.
Don't mind your friend.
We found her in a spaceport. Thought we'd bring her home.
They're too calm. They must be very extra evil. Yeah, what does served us mean? Are you like sucking her blood like a vampire? Sucking her life force? They're dementors. They're secretly dementors.
Truth is, I let the moment she began drinking, I saw that she was weak, unworthy.
That's a little weird. It's kind of uncomfy. Bad mistake, sir.
I beg to differ.
Watching you. Oh God, voice, don't do that. Hem hem. Hem hem. Is he gonna turn into me?
Fantastically talented.
Oh. Okay,
Let's show us in.
we're good.
A member of replacement inside your own organization.
Ah! It is me! Nice voice. You're dead.
What's left will defeat and subjugation. The evil will triumph.
Alright, motherfucker. Oh, you threw me. What'd you do that for? Stinky butt. It was like effective for everyone else, but sheesh. Fuck you, weak bitch. Too far away, sir. Actually, like, only barely half of his health is down. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't jinx it. Stop throwing me! We're not in the pool, Dad. God. Ugh. Eye roll. If I didn't need to watch the screen. Conceptual eye roll. Extra fire for you. Stinky butt. Okay, what you want? Is he flashing as me? I know I'm me. He's not gonna fool me. Fool me once, he can't get fooled again. Shut up and die with me.
I don't need to hear anymore.
Oh. Silenced. Dang.
He's really dead. Sorry about everything. I know what he was planning. I can't believe he used me.
Silly, naive girl. To say it's not your fault is like the best way to annoy someone. Like if someone does something shitty and they're like actually feeling really guilty about it, but you're not ready to forgive them, just tell them it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault over and over and over again. Because it sounds genuine at first, but the more you hear it, the more it like drives home the feeling of like, it is my fault and like guilt and dissatisfaction with oneself. And I don't recommend it because like that's not really a nice thing to put someone through. But every once in a while, it comes in handy. Shouldn't have left me, you dumb bitch.
I left a message for you.
I feel like the game is quiet.
I'm not an Imperial. I guess that's
I don't know if it's actually translating like through stream quietly.
What do you do about it?
Excuse me. If my ears are popped, I don't know. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Oh, dang. I don't want to kill her, but like, we kind of have to.
You're the last terrorist here. You died. My job is done. That's
Look away, but looking away doesn't help because I'm looking at my OBS screen or my dash, and then I see it no matter what. I hid in a box for this. We're finished here.
Let's get off planned.
Of course. What assignments await?
All things are quiet relative to Serena. That's true. Well, now that we encouraged me to turn my volume up to like 10,000 for my mic, everything is quiet compared to me. Extras though. Preferences, that's what I want. Let's do like a rate 70. I don't know. 25. Yeah, that's a bit much. Let's see how brutal that is. I don't know how to get back to my ship. Why does it always do this to me? I'm sure it does this to everyone, but I don't know where to go to get back to my ship. Back to the transport outpost and then hope that there's a shipyard or whatever the fuck it was called. God damn it. I hate looking for my ship. Listening back to my VODs, it actually is way better turned up. Because as the obvious was stated to me, you can always turn someone down. You can't turn someone up really past 100. Because the new habit for you starting at 10% volume for whatever reason. What? I feel like most streams I open are at half volume, but I thought that was a Serena thing. Like that I left it like that at some point. Do I get a little speeder? I maybe should have like paid more attention to what I just clicked. I don't know what that's gonna do. Oh, that's cool. That was so nice. They brought me right where I needed to go. Aww. Sentry post speed. Wait, what was this? No. We came from this one, didn't we? I think. So I think I'm gonna go back to that. Outpost Vara, Outpost Brenner, Outpost Sentry. Most Ila. Tequila. Okay. Alright, let's just go back to that one and see what it does. Here's a parking lot PTSD coming home to roost. Perhaps. Perhaps. I had my hair clip out here. Why is my hair so floofy? It wasn't. We're not in agreement. It wasn't supposed to be so floofy tonight. My goodness. Floof floof. You've been skillfully avoiding all those convenient fast travels features this whole time. I think so too, because that's the first one of those that I've seen. What? How even? I don't know where to go. Uh-oh. I mean, it has to be somewhere we've been before that's blue. I feel like there is correct. Turn to your ship on Tatooine and contact Watcher 2. Well, everything is fucking Tatooine. I feel like either this or this seems to be the most likely, though. Like, it's definitely not those two. We haven't been that way. This looks very populated. Let's try it. Using my critical thinking skills. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. Got that lowrider stance.
I'm really surprised I haven't seen that before. But it makes sense. I only look at what I'm looking for. I'm probably like conceptually the most annoying open world player MMORPG wise. I don't play with other people. I don't look at anything that is not spaceport. Yes. Anything that is not like the obvious or the necessary. Just do what I do. Walk-a-doo, walk-a-doo. Alright, we gotta get down there. I don't think a travel thing will take us over there. Kind of doubt. You never know. Out of range, move closer. We are within COVID distance. Thank you very much. No, there's no more that you get to do from that, Serena. Although there may be a... Goodness golly gracious! What's it called? A vendor by the spaceport. If I'm remembering correctly, but I have not paid enough attention to actually know. Because I play like a goofy goober. Is there something in a market that's important? Heroic mission. Annoying to the game gods that are... Oh, there's a vendor. Annoying to the game gods that are frowning down upon me. Not annoying to, like, anyone actually real. Just, the game gods. Crew skill trade. I don't even know what I actually want. Crafting trainer. I don't really care about learning how to craft right now. Stems vendor. What the fuck are stems? Oh, healthies. Eh. Do I have weak healthies that I can sell? Can I sell them? Does that give me credits back? Oh yeah, it does. Cool. That's okay. That's not great. Whatever. Who cares? Okay. So is there going to be like a credit trader? I don't know. Anytime. Anytime. Suspicious transient. Why is he yellow? That's weird. I think I need to go up here this way. Stars. What is a suspicious transient? Oh, I didn't mean to attack you. I just wanted to talk to you if I was able to. Sorry. Oops. I didn't know that would happen. Now you're very suspicious. Now you're dead. Now you're gone. Modification vendor? Is it her that I had mod stuff? Or... No, it's my other character. Oh no, she does. So how do we do this? Oh, he's a vendor. He's not a crafter. I'm learning. I'm learning. Modification vendor. Modification vendor. Crafting trainer. Crafting trainer. That would be training for modifications? Or like making stuff. I didn't want to choose that. I was just looking. I'm not ready to commit to that yet.
This isn't life advice. Go talk to the suspicious transient. That's why I like gaming Serena more than IRL Serena. Because IRL Serena has no desire to do any of that. But gaming Serena, she's bold as fuck, apparently. Alright, well, there's vendors, but none of the vendors that I want. Oh well. You can't always get what you want. There's a bank. Stick 'em up! This is a robbery. Maybe, I don't know. Why can't I talk to you? I guess I don't have a bank account. Broke bitch. Broke as a joke. Period observer. This is like a petting zoo. The dinosaur petting zoo. Is there more vendors over here? No. Okay. What are you? Speeder piloting trainer. Wait, if I talk to him, then I can have a speeder, right?
Let's go with quick and silent kill.
I guess not.
Conclude our business.
Yeah, it sure does, because you ain't got nothing to sell or do, lady. Goodness golly. I hear you, bub. Give me like 20, 30 minutes and dinner time. Mommy wants to complete her mission. I would like to venture to my ship's hollow terminal. Thank you very much. I'm so proud of the boys for doing so good earlier. I thought they were going to be super rowdy and rambunctious because they really haven't. I think that's only been like maybe 1 or 2 times they've been out together this summer because Diesel's leg is so wonky. But I just kind of give up on trying to make it as stable as possible. Like, of course, I'm not going to put him in danger or subject him to hurting himself excessively, but he's going to have bad hips for the rest of his life. Like, why make him do crate rest on and off all the time unless it's absolutely necessary, like he's limping? Just let him have fun instead, like YOLO. So sick of forcing him to not have fun, like that sucks. What am I? Am I an Imperial yet? I don't remember what I am. Where does it tell me? I'm an Imperial agent. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. This, I'm gonna think it's upstairs, but it's not. It's downstairs around the sunken couch. This sunken couch. Green means go. To the ship. To the ship we go. Maybe not. Maybe it's only when we land on, like, I don't even know how to describe the area. Just, I can see it in my head of where I think there's other vendors. Still not the most important thing yet, but it will become more important as time goes on. This is my ship, right? Yes. You're so beautiful. Still have my phone in my lap from German food. I'm gonna make some German potato salad too. I've been having a taste for that lately. And I have a shit ton of chives outside that I can cut down for it. Really, I think I'm just craving something vinegary. But I've been spoken of with potatoes so much that it's like, oh, German potato salad.
This is Washington to Cypher 9. Verify that you're receiving and prepare for takeoff. We've located the Eagle.
That's great, like frosted flakes.
Yeah.
Oh, she's modest too.
Neutralize that last cell. Didn't know the details. Now we do. Eagle is on Hatter. Get there as soon as you can.
Hata again. Details.
Exact location.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Doesn't sound like slow response. I have to go now, Cypher, and I'll brief you on site. Watch it to out.
My name is Sharina Hulk. Thank you very much. It's not Cypher. Golly gee. Ooh, Jacob new gun. Oh, it's not as good as my gun. Dang it. I don't want to. 17 more minutes for that, so I want to at least play it that long. Travel to Hata. Where is this galaxy map is where the ship flies from. Bloop bloop. Be selectable. Be selectable. Be selectable. Hata. Oh, the other what's it that we had in queue is over there too. Gang Warfare. That one's old. That's from like when we first started. I gotta remember to do that while we're over there. Let's go. I'll be right back. I go Tinky. Burm. 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 I'll need a few extra minutes. Pippi had an incident. like Pippi getting old. She's not just losing control of her bladder with old lady days anymore. She's starting to lose control of her bowels too, which sucks. I don't really know what to do about that except just to like keep diapering her. Next time I see my dad, I need to ask him what he did when I was a kid to like properly store diapers because I was cloth diapered. And it's a little stinky to just keep throwing them in the rag bin of laundry in the kitchen. Sure, there's some kind of like contraption for children that helps the smell of dirties. Ready to invade the eagle's nest? That's my job, isn't it? It sucks. Like, she's healthy and happy otherwise. She eats good, she drinks good, she plays with Tigra, she bounces around in the yard with him. Like, if she wasn't having back end issues, I would think like she's regressing in age almost. But she's just not holding anything really back there anymore. Like, once, it's not bad yet. Like, once, she needs the diaper for peepees, but it's like once every like 3 or 4 days that she has a little poopy sneak out. And she's just sleeping. She doesn't know what's happening. But I went out to go pee and I smelled a smelly smell coming from the kitchen. I was like, oh no. And sure enough. Been around babies, it's really nothing that can really cover the poopy diaper smell. But like, I don't know, there has to be something. Like, diapers are stinky, yes, but there's like diaper genies, but those are for disposable diapers. I need like a diaper genie that's like for washable diapers. I need to ask my dad what they did with me, because like I said, I was cloth diapered. Now my dad uses all of my old cloth diapers as rags. That and socks are in my dad's rag pile. You returned from your side quest? Were you victorious? Valiantly victorious? Did you unlock sea shanties? Lead the forward assault military enforcement. Primary objective is to capture or eliminate the eagle himself. Got it. Get it? Got it. Good.
Terrorists have begun launching their biomechanical weapons over Imperial worlds. Once the devices are ready, the terrorists can fire off cities and military bases from orbit.
But they aren't firing yet.
I have the device has been activated.
Oh, you swapped games.
It could be theoretical design for the ritual. It could be their activation has been.
I was excited for the sea shanty news. God damn it. Disappointed. Just kidding. Tupperware would work, I imagine. Something enclosed, yes, but like theoretically, I don't even know if this thing would exist. That's why I need to like do a little bit of asking around and research. But I would like something that would attempt to also neutralize the odor within the encapsulation. Head back to the seas right now for you. No, it's bedtime. Relax. Do what makes you happy. I was just talking shit. Infiltrate the eagle's nest. Okay. Where's the exit? That's a room. My bed is so... Is that my bed? My bed looks so uncomfortable. It's just like slats. Do I have a mattress? Do Siths not need a mattress? Is that why they're Sithy? Is that why they're so evil? They don't have mattresses? There's the exit door. Bloop, bloop. I should honestly just buy, like, another garbage can, now that I think about it. That's, like, half the size of mine. And then buy scented bags for it. And that would kind of, like, neutralize the odor. Yeah! See, great minds think alike. Maybe that would neutralize the odor a little bit. Like, to the point where, I don't know, like, by the time I throw 3 diapers into the rag pile, Like the pet wash pile, whatever. It's stinky. And I don't like that. And then I end up doing way too much laundry. Like I'd like to do a full load of laundry, otherwise it's wasteful. Even if it's not a perfect match, I think that might be a good idea. I don't think garbage cans are too expensive. I don't need it to be fancy with like a step down thing. It just needs to be closed on top. Although, unless it's like the ones that go like this with the top, it probably would be a step enclosure. We'll figure it out. I do need to look for something like that though. I have a couple of errands to run tomorrow. Maybe I'll stop by Menards tomorrow and see. Probably gonna do it anyways till the weekly tuner for GTA hits. Alright, go get them. Go get them sea shanties then. I now change my tune. I demand a sea shanty. You have 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Go. 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 I try not to buy scented stuff because I don't like it being around the zoo, but if it's enclosed in a container, it should be fine. Infiltration. Where do you want me to go? What? Eagles base on Hutta. It's the first time it didn't tell me like where I'm supposed to go. Specifically just Hutta. Hutta. Maybe that's right? I don't know. Please do sing the sea shanties. Oh, that's hard to say. Say that 5 times fast. Please do sing the sea shanties. Sing the sea shanties. Sing the I think someone needs to do a little bit of sweeping or vacuuming in here or something. It's very dusty. It's very dusty. Don't even use scented detergent anymore except for sheets. I never liked scented detergent. It's too much. I use a laundry sanitizer and that has like a natural scent to it. Like it's not chemically. Doesn't really smell like much other than fresh. And it takes the icky smells out of the diapers, and sometimes when the dogs are being a little extra doggy, my blankets smell like dog and it takes the dog smell out of it, which is nice. But mostly it's just there to sanitize, not for like scent purposes. Otherwise, I don't use anything with scent for laundry detergent. I miss making my own laundry detergent, but I don't have a powerful enough food processor to blend it up anymore. RIP. I need to find a dupe of my old thing at Goodwill or something someday. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. So choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I hope the week has been kind to you so far. I mean, all those little chemical things aren't really good for us, but they're definitely not good for the fur babies. But they're surely not good for us either. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Maybe one of the speeders will take us there? One on the way that way. Stop there, even though there's one like right there, but still. It matters not. It's not the way. This is the way. Does Father TV like going to garage sales? He does not. He is an appreciator of antiques. Well, no, let me rephrase that. He likes certain garage sales. There's 2 garage sales that he'll frequent a couple times during the summer. And they're people that do the same garage sale with the same stuff basically every weekend.
and they're both in his neighborhood, so he doesn't have to exit his comfort zone. He's not one of those people that like wakes up early in the morning and wants to like go to every garage sale to see what's going on. But there's a guy down the road, like towards the front of the neighborhood, because my dad's in the back of the neighborhood. He's at like a dead end. Who remakes and repurposes and restores vintage stuff. So like anything from like a pinball machine to like a piece of furniture or anything else in between. He also has some old weird tools sometimes that my dad will either use as a purpose or use as a decoration. So he stops there a couple weekends during the summer, and then the people that my dad's neighbor 2 doors over, that the guy owns a moving company and he helped move like my grandpa's stuff here and then some of my furniture a little bit like throughout my house, not to the Franch, obviously. Rip. Stuff that people don't want when they're moving, he resells at a garage sale that he does every weekend. So he makes a little bit of money off of that. Oh, the speeder should be here if we can even use it. And my dad will stop there sometimes. And he redid his living room set with a set that he got from there. And it's really nice oak furniture. That's not going to take me anywhere that we need to go. Okay, cool. Cool. So there are a couple that he likes to go to, but he's not adventurous in the way of like, oh, let me see if there's something random here that I would enjoy. He knows what he's looking for, where he's going for it. It's like if you're going to a furniture store or an antique store, but instead it's a garage sale. We'll admit though, the guy that like restores, repurposes, whatever's to vintage stuff, he always has cool stuff there. It's like fairly priced for what it is though. It's not like just super cheap, like get a vintage pinball machine for $5 kind of thing. It's priced appropriately. Ooh, what's that? Shiny. Shiner. Oh god, why are you all here? I just want to touch the shiny thing. What does it do? Oh, it's a codex entry? Okay. Just thinking a garage sale would be the perfect place to find a defunct food processor. Oh yeah, it might. My neighborhood has weird rules for garage sales. It's not like an HOA or anything. I don't know why it's like this, except for my neighborhood does weird like events, I guess, that aren't official per se, but like they are because you get fined if you do something out of it. So I think I mentioned earlier this year there was like a beer crawl that went around the neighborhood, and that was an event. I'm in a historical district, so it's the historical people in charge or whatever that put all of these things together and make those rules. So it's not like it's HOA, but you still can't do anything outside of it. But we also have a time of the year that you can do garage sales, and only that time of year. And it might have already passed, but if it hasn't, I might cruise around for that. I did one year when I first moved into my house, and I ended up getting a really cool CD tower that I actually used to store DVDs. But like one of those silly old things that no one's gonna sell anymore because no one uses things like that anymore. I like it. It's a good tower. That would be a good place to look. I'll have to see when that is. I feel like it already happened, but maybe not. I can't remember if it's midsummer or if it's back to school time that they do it. It's so weird that it's like regulated though. Like you will legitimately get in trouble if you have a garage sale outside of that timing. The historical district will yell at you or fine you. I don't know. Oh, you look big. I don't want to go near you. I don't want to go near any of you. They look like mechanical-ish versions of the aliens in War of the Worlds. I don't like them. I don't vibe with that. Why is it a red door?
Oh, there's a green door over here. You got this. I just had a super old Cuisinart, whatever the brand is, food processor, and it was so good. I don't remember how I broke it, but I broke it somehow. Like, not even using it. I don't know. Like, put it together wrong or, like, ran it wrong or something, and then it crapped out on me. But it was so good. But it was the only thing that could blend up bar soap and washing soda, which is just concentrated baking soda. That's literally the easy way to make... the easy and best way to make homemade laundry detergent. So you get unscented, just plain bar soap, cut it up into chunks, and then use whatever ratio that I don't remember off the top of my head, but I have written down to blend it up with washing soda. Cuisinart? That's weird. That doesn't sound right in my mouth. I would assume that that's probably correct, but it doesn't feel right in my mouth. Cuisinart. It sounds like Gesundheit. I can't say it any other way. That's how my mouth is making the word. I can't, because it's not going to come out right, even though it's still not coming out right, but it's better to come out the wrong way than how I'm trying to attempt it correctly. It's not going places. Don't think it can wash things, but it might work with water. No, it definitely works well. For like a good 3 or 4 years when I first moved into my house, I made my own laundry detergent consistently. It works amazingly, like way better than store-bought actually. I've just gotten lazy and complacent over the years. Become a consumer of society. Boo. Fire! 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 It's way too fun. Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. Oh, no sneaky, sneak. Sneaky, sneak is not sneaky, sneaking. It's not. He made a Hank Hill sound. Oh. I started watching the new episodes of King of the Hill too, and I'm enjoying them. I'm gonna cry in the second season though because of the dog, and they visit Lady Bird's grave, and that's going to be so emotional. It's gonna be okay, but it's gonna be emotional. You do mostly only need the washing soda, but it helps to have the bars of soap added into it so that it has like some kind of bubbly lather to it. It cleans better, especially like having zoo laundry. Why am I shooting you from all the way over there? What the fuck? It's nice to have a bit of a bubbly lather to it so it cleans extra well. You can use borax too, but I don't like having borax in the house because it's toxic if the animals eat it. Even though no one's allowed in the laundry room, like, heaven forbid. Right now, the worst thing that can happen to them in the laundry room is they get stuck in the wall because the walls are only half finished in there. They only drywalled halfway up in my laundry room. Doesn't make sense. You're gonna watch the new King of the Hill, but then you just went and started at the very beginning. That's usually what I do when new shows come out, but I've seen so much of King of the Hill over the years. I think I've seen almost every episode at least 2 or 3 times. Because I did scroll back before I started it again, or started the new episodes. I was like, oh, maybe I want to like go back to the beginning. And I remembered every episode that I scrolled past. I know what happened.
My dad likes King of the Hill, so we watched it quite a bit. You can play the theme song, and it's not hard to play. I mean, it'd be hard for me to play because I don't know how to play guitar that well. But you can play the theme song very, very well, like perfectly on the guitar. He surprised me with that one day, and I was like, oh my god, you're playing the King of the Hill song! He does the Malcolm in the Middle intro, too. He does it quite well. My vet is Cotton Hill right now. He doesn't have one of his knees. He's having knee replacement surgery like later this month at some point. But they had to entirely remove his knee to be able to prep him for surgery. It was that fucked up. It's Cotton Hill right now. He was not very amused when I told him that he was Cotton Hill. But I think it hurts his ego to be injured because most men, it pains their ego to be injured. Got some new boots. What do you mean? Am I in combat? Corso. Whatever your name is. Vector. Corso's the other guy. Yeah, the guy. Okay, now we're not in combat. Oh, there's a splody thing over there. Oops. Can't change your shoes in combat. Just watch me. You don't know who I am. You don't know what I'm capable of. Do whatever I want. Let's see, where are we? Let's disable the other security console and get the last 2 Eagles terrorists, and then it will probably be time for Eep. Where's that gonna be? Literally right here. I'm thinking. Been sleeping through it. I'm sure it'll take a long time to rewatch it. Oh my god, yeah. Because it's the 15th season with the second new season. So there's 13 seasons prior to that. And probably, I would guess, like 20 episodes a season. Confront the eagle. Oh, mayhaps we shall do that. Because that'll knock out 2 birds, 1 stone. I guess I didn't need to chase you down. But here we are. Like, he was walking away. He tried to choose peace, and I chose violence. Said I was hitting 6. I was actually hitting 4. Whoops. Whoops-a-days. He's kind of Assassin's Creed-y looking. He's got like the little hoodie thing going on. Star Warsian Creed.
Sir, we're cut off. Thurston and Gerald tried
The
to get out.
eagle.
They're here to
The eagle has landed.
Damnation.
Oh, it's getting chilly.
This generation done.
It was warm today, but like very cool in comparison
Seems she's made up
to how it's been lately.
I'm sorry, sir.
Seeping into the house.
Now calls off out.
Mm.
False.
I feel like there's probably about 20 episodes per season. I'm curious.
At least I can do this. Have you seen the strength of evolution?
Seize 'em.
Sounds should never thought of inspiration.
Pilot season was 12, and then 23, 25, 24, 20. It's decent amounts of seasons. And then of course the new ones are, you know, you only get 10 episodes. Only 10. Only 10 for you. Suck my butt. Bonk. Bonk. Nom. Attack!
You want to be satisfied.
Don't fuck with the sleepy Sith. Attack is the only option. Watch, because I got cocky, he's gonna kill me. Fire! I button mash so much, all I ever see on my screen is not ready yet. I think the shorter seasons for most shows result in better writing. It, to an extent, yes. Like, it's a contained storyline. But I miss the good old days, you know? Though it's probably more expensive for reasons that I don't even know or understand to make shows now versus, say, like 10, 15, 20 years ago. Probably have smaller teams working on them too. So they really can only like fit into XYZ amount of output. Tell me what I want. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I hope the week has been kind to you. And thank you, thank you. The pre-butt sucking days, precisely. It's because so many places are desperate for content plus unions. And I bet unions, I didn't even consider that. I bet unions would have a lot more to do with it now too. Like restricting you from working an insane amount of hours and limiting the amount of effort that you can put into it for everyone's health and sanity. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Shut up and dance with me. Or just die, that's cool too.
Cypher 9. Good to see you again. I don't know if you remember.
Sir?
I'm watching 3. We met on drum and
I think he's a little confused. I like that. The pre-butt sucking days. Why you?
She's at headquarters.
Why you? Why not Watcher too? I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it.
To check the Eagle's computers. See if I can retrieve.
Woo woo! Bring on the sea shanties.
Device. I think it's an eradicate.
We'll have to tell my coworker. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is choose your own adventure. It is whatever you want it to be. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here on this fine Serena day. And I hope you're an awesome day so far. Unions have been a huge thing in the production business basically from the start. So like old King of the Hill would have been unionized. I don't really know much about TV stuff. Oh, what do we do? Is it bad?
How much damage can we do?
Gonna be a silly Sith. Hey, hey! Are you singing the Arthur song? And I said, hey, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. I know there was a strike not too long ago, and then before that there was another strike a little bit longer than not too long ago. I don't know much about it other than that. Am I struggling with not eating enough? I'm probably struggling with eating too much. I have a huge appetite. I just am blessed genetically. I love food. I think we're gonna make some, oh, what was it called? I'm gonna do another cooking stream again soon. Did I close the tab already? Oh, I think I did. The German potato lady fingers and the German latkes soon. Fucking love potatoes. So find a solution. Be a solutionizer. Don't add to the problems.
I don't think I can. I'll do my best. You should head to Drum and Cars. I don't think there's anything more you can do. And people
Unions are honestly wonderful. I wish there was a pet grooming union. Maybe some states have that, but we don't have that out here.
Speak to Keeper. I don't know where Keeper is. What is that telling me to do there? To Hata. Well, let's go to Hata and then go to bed. It's getting late, but I like a calm stopping point where I can attempt to remember where I was and what I was doing. It's like 1934 was the first television related union. Damn! That's 10 years older than, or 10 years younger than my grandfather. My grandpa was born in 1924. It was so easy to remember my grandparents' ages because they were born, well, my mom's dad passed away like when he was in his 50s, so like I never even knew that he existed. Like I heard nice stories about him, but like I obviously never met him. But my mom's mom was born in 22. My dad's mom was born in 23, and then my dad's dad, so my grandpa, was born in 24. So if I just remembered one, I could remember all of them, and it was so easy peasy lemon squeezy. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by B. It was a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I appreciate you. 1934. Sounds like it was a good year. For television unions, at least. Maybe not the rest of the world in the Great Depression, but, you know. You win some, you lose some. Where the fuck are you telling me to go? Where the fuck is the Keeper? Keeper has asked that you return to Droman Cass for a meeting. Go to the intelligence headquarters in the Droman Cass Citadel and speak to the Keeper there. Droman Cass Citadel. Which is where? Father's Palace. That's where my dad lives. Droman Cass Citadel. Is that even like on this map? I feel like that's off of Hutta. Like it's not even here. Where is... I'm Googling it. There's a Droman Cass in Skyrim. It came up in my suggested for Google. That doesn't help me. It's in the Estran sector of the Outer Rim territories with the Stygian Caldera Nebula. English, please? It's in Cass City. Cass City, bitch. Estran sector of the Outer Rim territories. Bitch, what? I don't feel like that's here. Maybe this is a good point to find bedtime. I don't know where I'm going. Like in the slightest. I don't feel like I'm on the right planet. Which maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But it doesn't feel like I am. I love Skyrim, actually, but I don't do anything in it. I just run around and have fun. So it's kind of like The Sims. Like, it only occupies my attention for like an hour or two, and then I won't play it for like years in between. But I think Skyrim is one of the most beautiful games in the whole world, and when I need to be like an ethereal fairy creature, that's when I play Skyrim. Not really a big fan of like abusing the dragons, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I followed a few of the storylines. Like, honestly, it's quite difficult. And then I lose enjoyment from it because it's just like, this is hard. This is no fun. I'm not good at this.
I have no desire to be good at it, but I love just doodling around in it. It's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful game. If I want to play something like Skyrim and actually enjoy it, that's when I'll play like Fable. Just want to get to a transport and like figure out if that actually means anything. What is this? A datapad. And not the most interested. We still have like another thing to do on here anyway. The gang warfare. Whatever that one is. I just want to see what a transport says. I don't know why I feel like that will help me, but I feel like it will. I'm dodging and weaving so good. I'm so proud. Oh, The Sims is just like playing Barbies online, honestly. And that's one game where surprisingly I really don't enjoy or care about the character creation. I do like building the buildings though, but I have no desire to make a storyline out of anything. I would not want to participate in the wintry and unforgiving tundras. I don't like the wintry and unforgiving tundras that we have here. That's nothing compared to how cold it gets by you. I have played Fable. Not in many years, but I put a lot of hours into Fable when I was a youngin'. A young buck. I don't know where to go in the slightest. That's either a skill issue or a sleepy issue, and we can figure that out next time. She looks just as annoyed with me as I feel like I should be with me for not knowing where to go. Just irked. Music in The Sims is really annoying, actually. I'm breaking everyone's heart tonight. Really wish there was like an area of the world that was like neutrally temperate and had no natural disasters, and unfortunately that is not the case. I would prefer it to be like 80 degrees all the time with just a slight breeze. But that's unrealistic, unfortunately. I have my AC set at 80 right now. And I'm a little bit chilly tonight because it's cooler outside. I have some goose pimples. That's why I need to have such big dogs to keep me warm. Alright, we're gonna get some eeps. Still gotta feed the Doge, make my dinner, spend some time with little Miss Gigi, and then, eep. Eep, eep. Wake up tomorrow, run a bunch of errands, do whatever else needs to be done to button up the house for the rest of the weekend, and then I'll be back with you babies. Do, 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 do. I hope for some good sleep tonight. I slept like shit yesterday. I feel like I'll sleep good tonight, though. Just pure exhaustion. Could probably fall asleep like right now if you gave me 5 minutes. But I can't do that. I gotta feed the Doge still. Kidneys will be failing, but you'll be freezing. No. I'm just easy to get cold. I always have been. I'm not like anemic or anything. I don't know why. I just get cold easily. Most everyone on my dad's side of the family is the same way, though. We just get chilly. Get chilly. Oh, thank you. I hope you get some good eats and some good eeps as well. It was wonderful to see you all tonight. Thank you for making it for Serena Day. Although, can we even call it Serena Day anymore if it's like gonna be a regular stream day? I don't know.
I like the idea of Wednesday being Serena Day, regardless of if I'm present or not. So I think I'm going to keep it. 'Cause I'm in charge. It was wonderful to see you all. I appreciate that. Shoot the shit while you shoot shit. Well, I attempt to anyway. I don't know. I feel like I'm a much better sharpshooter as a Sith than as my wholesome Jedi self. That's okay. That's allowable. That's fair. Excuse me. Eepy girl. Eepy girl. Thank you all for a wonderful night. I appreciate your time, your chats, your company, and your support very much so. Thank you all for being your wonderful selves, and more than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is not free and is a very valuable thing. And whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is magical, glorious, wonderful, phenomenal, fantastical, and all of the wonderful things in the world. A very merry Serena Day to you all. To you all. I actually have hot dogs in my fridge right now. Oh, maybe I'll have some hot dogs for dinner. I had a taste for them when I got groceries the other day. And they had some veggie dogs on sale. That sounds really yummy. You guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. Bless you, Batrix. The socials, some more fun stuff. The sketch for when I will see you Bebs next. It is more or less up to date at this point in time, but I'm still updating Discord when I'll be on stream, because that's the easy way to find out. Instead of assuming that the schedule is always correct. Thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project, and thank you all for your support with Mr. Voyabean so far. I appreciate you all immensely and intensely, and I am oh so grateful for all of your support. Do me one favor until I see you Bebs next, and that is, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, all the good things in the world, oh so gorgeous, oh so marvelous. And take all those compliments, put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your night, and get the best good eats, get the best good eats, make good choices. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, or maybe do, because there are many things that I both do and don't do. I shall see you all for the next one. Good night, Club Colts. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being used. Good night, you wonderful human beings.